The way he plays this game is quite remarkable.
Have a look at this for a shot. Have a look at this for a shot.
Trick shot if he does.
I'll tell you what a shot that is. You won't say any better. It's close, it's very close indeed. What a shot.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Matiola Arena in Leicester for Judgement Day Part 2. Yesterday, 8 brilliant players, including a former world champion and a former UK champion, joined the top 16, all set for Saturday, 1 o'clock, Ken Doherty. We know it'll be a sellout. Ronnie O'Sullivan, the reigning defending champion, will walk down those famous stairs at the Barbican, but we don't yet know who's playing who. Let's quickly mark the card. 3 p.m, the draw, live here with Ken and Stephen Hallworth. And Ken, I exchanged a message with Mark Allen earlier today. I said, good luck in the draw. There are a couple of hand grenades, and he just wrote, they're all hand grenades.
Yeah.
We have got some monumental Barbican first-round matches to come, haven't we?
Absolutely, yeah. There's some great names in the hat already, and I think there's a few more as well today, of course, today and this evening. So there's a lot of names. We were talking about it yesterday in the commentary, some of those names that those top 16 would like to avoid, you know, and there's a few more, as I said, today. But it's going to be so interesting, and it's always exciting, isn't it, with the draw as well? I'm sure the top 16, most of them will be tuning in and watching, and of course the guys that have qualified, and even all the people who have been, texting in from everybody who's been watching it. I mean, what was it, over 600,000 views on Facebook?
A record, yes.
A record, yeah. So there's going to be so many people tuning into the draw. Exciting to see who's going to be playing in the first round proper at the Barbican.
I can't imagine what it's like being a player sitting at home or in the car, wherever they're watching, because I genuinely feel nervous doing the draws because you've got so much expectation and excitement about who's going to play who. We really have got a fantastic lineup. Whoever comes through today's Judgement Day Part 2. Let's just quickly reflect on yesterday. Stuart Bingham was the first man to come through Judgement Day with a really, really comprehensive win over an out-of-sorts Jimmy Robertson, and it turned out to be a wonderful day for the Welsh, with Jack Jones and Jackson Page both making it through from the afternoon. And what about that 59-minute epic between Stephen Maguire and Elliot Slessor? That was huge.
It was. There was a lot of twists and turns in that last frame, but Stephen Maguire, former champion, getting back there as well. Just some wonderful stories, great matches. And really looking forward to today as well, because there's some mouth-watering clashes on this afternoon as well, isn't there?
There are. Just a couple of atmospheric shots from yesterday. Slessor and Maguire, as I said, that final frame decider went 59 minutes. Bayou Lu made a great effort to make it through to Judgement Day. 16 or maybe even 17 half-centuries across her campaign to become the first female player to make the last 32 of a Triple Crown event. But Lazowski was too good in the end. Bayou Lu missed a blue in the second frame, and that would have given her a chance to settle. Barry Hawkins looked really good yesterday, The man he's desperate to avoid is Mark Selby. It would be awful if they played each other. And I said, Ken, that it was a great day for the Welsh yesterday.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Jackson and Jack Jones. Ryan Day also made it through. So there is half a chance. Ivan Hershevitz said to me it's about a 1 in 5 chance that Mark Williams will end up having to play a fellow Welshman. Now, Zhao Xiintong is arguably the story today, back from a 20-month ban for breaching rules regarding betting. Ken, he's a former UK champion. He's one of the finest. We know he's in great form, but how difficult will it be to translate weeks and weeks and weeks of practice only to coming back to the sharp end under the bright lights?
Yeah, I mean, against the bigger and the top names, it may take a little bit, but don't forget, he's won 2 Q Tour events, so he's been practicing, he's had a lot of match play, he's made a couple of 147s, he's already made a 146 in this tournament, and he's won 3 matches to get here, and now he's playing Ricky Wall, and that's going to be such a tough game, but such a a tough game for both players. Ricky Walden, bags of experience, but Zhao Xintong, he's on a momentum, he's on a roll, and full of confidence now. I mean, it's such a tough draw for Ricky Walden as well.
It is. Dave Gilbert, Julien Leclerc. Leclerc's had a tough start to this season. The Belgian beast, he's got to be about 6'5" with about size 15 feet, but up against Dave Gilbert, I think it's been a pretty solid start to the season for Dave Gilbert.
Yeah.
So far, if you include the money he's got for getting to Judgement Day, he's on about 85, 86,000, and he's sometimes very, very hard on himself.
Yeah.
But Gilbert against Leclerc gives one of them a brilliant opportunity to come back in the draw, 3 o'clock, and be there on the big stage come Saturday.
Yeah.
I think we've got some really, really good matches coming up this afternoon.
I think that's going to be close. I mean, he's such a great putter, Julien Leclerc, but Dave Gilbert's such a classy player, isn't he? Beautiful cue action, and you know, he's another one with bags of experience as well. So it's going to be a tough match. Yeah, I think this last hurdle is always tough for all the players, whether they're the top seeds or whether they're the qualifiers coming in. They're always the tough match because everybody wants to be coming down those stairs at the Barbican, introduced by you, the music, and of course packed crowds as well. Only 2 tables, new setup. It is a wonderful place to play and a great atmosphere as well.
They are tantalisingly close to one of the sport's biggest stages up the M1 in Yorkshire, in York. Nobody, no disrespect to Leicester, nobody wants their season to finish today at the Mattioli. This is huge. One match separates them from a place in the Barbican for the last 32. Hendo, Stephen Hallworth, we had an early night. I don't think it's going to be a 10:30 finish this evening. I think this is going to go late. It's going to go dramatic. We want some 6-5 thrillers. Boys, I know you've had about 5 Weetabix each for breakfast. You're poised and ready to go. Take it away until we return for the draw at 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Ken. Good afternoon, everybody. We're ready for another exciting day of snooker, the second part of Judgement Day. 4 matches to bring you, of course, in this session. Let's go round the tables just to set up each match for you. Yeah, Dave Gilbert against the imposing Julien Leclerc, of course, got to the shootout final here a couple of years back, or about 18 months ago now. Lost out to Chris Wakeling. Gilbert, sort of stalwart of the final stage of the tournaments. I spoke to him after his first match. He wasn't exactly cock a hoop, but maybe if he qualifies and gets in amongst the atmosphere at the Barbican, he will feel better about things. Julien Leclerc, Stephen, an imposing figure, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's probably one of the most fitting nicknames in the game. He really is a Belgian beast, isn't he? He stomps around that table. He's a presence in there in the arena, can intimidate a number of players as well, but I don't think David Gilbert will be intimidated. He's a very experienced player, and it would be great for Dave to get back to the Barbican.
We'll be back with this match, of course, in due course. Table 2, Zhou Yulong. Now, I commentated on his match with Marco Fu in the last round, and I said he's sort of almost become kind of the forgotten man of Chinese snooker, in as much as we've seen a lot of players, of course, come through in the last year. He had that horrible defeat to Gary Wilson in the semi-finals of the Scottish Open when Gary needed the 3 snookers in the decider. That was just under a year ago. But from 3-0 down to Fu, he was superb. He had 2 total clearances. He's up against Matt Selt, who, of course, has a lot of self-confidence and can beat anyone on his day. But I think this one, tough to call, although Zhou Yulong, Stephen, he's got the sort of the beating of Matt over the years.
He has, yeah. Matthew has got a terrible record against Zhou Yulong, actually, and Zhou Yulong has been knocking on the door for a while now in the latter stages of events. He's been to a semi-final at the Barbican, a quarter-finals as well, so he's kind of got the pedigree to go on a deep run, but these Judgement Days, you never know what the drama is going to throw up, and all these matches today are so difficult to call. Matthew Selt, a very experienced player.
There's a lot of interest on table 3. Ricky Walden and Zhao Xintong. A lot said about Xintong, but Ricky Walden is clearly not a man who can be discarded. He's twice a semi-finalist in the UK Championship, and he looks poised. We'll stay on this to see if he can win this frame. He looks poised to take it in one visit. Xintong potted a red, but nothing more, and Walden is not far away here. Just this red, actually. Talk about imposing figures. He's another one, isn't he, Ricky? Very distinctive style.
Yeah, and a good start. Important Ricky gets off to a good start today, because he'll be well aware of all the media attention around Zhao Xintong and the potential storyline of him getting back to the Barbican after lifting the title in 2021. Ricky Walden will not be bothered one bit by all those externals. He's here to do a job today, and he's made a very good start.
Yeah, he certainly has, and he's got all the experience in the world. We'll be back, of course, with all these matches, but finally, table 4, Ben Wollaston and Lei Pei Fan. I mean, Ben Wollaston in the last round. What a match. It took 3.5 hours for him and Joe Perry to reach the interval, and he was 3-1 down, Ben. They came back with Joe leading 4-3 in the about 11:30 at night, and Ben eventually won on a respot 6-5.
I mean, it just sums up these qualifiers. It's the ideal match, I suppose, for the neutral to watch a respotted black go the distance in the qualification for the UK Championship. But I saw Ben when he got pulled off, actually, after that horrible session against Joe Perry. The single word came out of his mouth, brutal. And that's exactly what that match was. It was brutal.
It's probably one word more than Joe Perry could have uttered. He was obviously very disappointed. It was a real drama. Anyway, that's the 4 matches for you. So let's just go back to table 3 and see if Ricky Walden can make this century. And that would be sort of laying down a marker. Zhao Xingtong's had 3 himself, including, of course, the highest 146. But yeah, Ricky, Stephen's quite right, I think. You know, he will not be bothered about all the sort of hoopla around his opponent. He's here to do a job. He's 42 years of age, 38 in the world rankings from a high of 6. He's had health issues over the years, but when he hits top form, he's a very imposing figure around the table. They actually played each other in the semi-finals of the German Masters in 2022. Xingtong won that one. Obviously a high-profile match at the Tempodrome. Is that red going to drop? It isn't, but 94. That's a terrific start from Dave Gilbert. This is table 1, and just as we pick it up, Leclerc has gone wrong, actually. He was looking good to settle in. He's had a couple of good wins already. Graham Dott and Dominic Dale, you know, 2 very experienced players there. We want to just keep across all the action. Table 2, Zhou Yulong looking like he's going to win the first frame. 64 in front already, so Snooker's needed this blue to make sure. Yeah, I was saying, Stephen, he's seen, you know, some of his compatriots really come to the fore. We saw Wu Yize qualify yesterday. We've seen, obviously, Si Jiawei get in the top 16, Jia Gudong get in the top 16. So he was in that category, wasn't he, as a sort of player who could win tournaments and do that. But there's still a lot of time for him to do it.
Yeah, and you made a very good point a few moments ago, Dave, about he's almost kind of been the forgotten player of the Asian contingent that are playing so well at the moment. And I have to admit, you asked me a question yesterday about who I think could go potentially deep in the World Championship and be the first Chinese player to lift it. And I never even considered Zhou Yulong. So it backs up your point. He's an incredible player on his day. He's been around for a number of years now. He's still quite young as well. So there's plenty of time left for Zhou Yulong. And he's already got a pretty decent record in this event.
Yeah, and those, you know, as I say, from 3-0 down to Fu to make 2 total clearances in 3 frames, you know, that just underlines he's clearly scoring well, has a chance for another century here. Matt Selt is a player who, you know, has beaten a lot of top players in his time, but he's looking, obviously, to put himself, as they all are, into those final stages. He was a quarter-finalist in 2015 at the UK, beat Aaron Hill in the last round.
I think this is exactly how Zhou Yulong is going to have to play today to beat Matthew Selt. He has to score him off the table, in my opinion, because Matthew Selt is far too much of a clever player for a lot of players on the tour. He completely did a number over Aaron Hill in his previous round, Matt.
So 83, and the frame is Zhou Yulong's. Another Chinese player here, Lei Pei Fan, who's had a few good results of late. He's still only 21. A lot of these players, it feels like they've been around a long time, but it's worth remembering how young they are. And he got to the last 16 in Belfast, the Northern Ireland Open this season. He's up against Ben Wollaston, of course, and a chance here to take this opening frame.
Another player who has progressed through these qualifiers from round 1 as well, so could be a clean sweep for Lei Pei Fan, although, again, another very experienced campaigner in Ben Wollaston, and Ben will probably feel like this is a free hit after that match he came through against Joe Perry, so it'd be interesting to see how this one goes. Another match that could go very, very close.
Just overran the white there. Can still pot this. A bit tougher than it could have been, though. He's always going to be running into the reds. Well, he could take the black to the middle, I guess. We're going to have some, Rob's absolutely right, we're going to have some tense matches today. I think it was a bit of a false dawn last night. They were all quite one-sided and it was a half-10 finish. That's a rarity in the qualifiers.
It was definitely too good to be true.
Not looking at the black, so this frame in the balance. Ben Wollaston, I think, probably lives the closest of anyone to this venue. I know practice is very close. Let's go to table 3. A lot of interest, obviously, in Xingtong. I mean, regardless of any of the issues in the background, he's a fabulous player. There's no doubt about that. He's already made a couple of maximums on the Q Tour, won 2 of those events, a 1-4-6 here. So if he were to qualify, he would be very, very dangerous, clearly.
Obviously, he served his ban and he's back, and it was one of them in the Q Tour, because I play on the Q Tour myself. When his name appeared in the draw of that first event, I think every player was just like, oh, here we go. And we was kind of all pinning our hopes on Craig Steadman in Sweden winning that event when he played Xingtong in the final, just to try and keep him at bay in terms of the rankings. He wasn't able to do that, and he's since gone on to win another event as well. So it's looking very likely that Zhao will actually win the Q Tour this season now. A couple of events on the board already, still 3 more to come. It's very unlikely he's going to lose early in them, so looking for an immediate return back to the professional circuit.
Walden, though, looking good early on. That frame-winning break in the opener. Long red here on the black. And I think that's the thing, the way Zhao Xingtong plays. This will be an open game. And Walden's a very heavy scorer. He's made 377 centuries in his career. He actually made, I think he's the only player as far as, well, actually, no, he can't be. Jamie Burnett as well. But Ricky Walden made a 16 red clearance in the UK Championship. Obviously, Jamie's 148 was a 16 red clearance, but they're pretty rare, those are.
I think this type of opponent, in terms of the style of play, will really suit Ricky Walden. As you say, he's a heavy scorer when he gets in, and he has a good rhythm. Very clever player as well. He's a proper snooker player, Ricky. Certainly think this style of play will help him.
Just mentioned something to the referee then, not quite sure what it was, but anyway, he's made a great start here. Yeah, semi-finalist twice at the UK, 2011 and 2015. Well, we're just going to leave this table. Julian Leclerc, every time we go to table 1, he misses. I thought he was going to win this frame. He just missed the red, and he only needed, well, red, black, yellow, didn't he? But he misses this.
And this is a prime example of a shot that has just not been going in this week. You catch that near jaw, and these pockets have been quite unforgiving. I spoke to Ryan Day up in the Players' Lounge just before the session commenced, and he said his table played very, very tight yesterday against Sanderson Lamb. Although he came through that match pretty unscathed, he said that this top rail, they were playing pretty nippy, which is good, in my opinion. It means you have to be more skillful, more accurate.
Yeah, I mean, the template is the template, but they do seem to vary depending on where we are. The International Championship in China, they were playing generously. Spoke to Dave, as I say, on commentary after he won his previous match. And he was saying, I was against Sing Ji Hao, 6-5, it was a close one, and he was saying that the UK has never really been the tournament he's done well in, and it's true, just a couple of last 16 appearances. Of course, he's playing to get in the last 32. Reminder, the draw will be 3 PM UK time. Ken and Stephen are taking on the responsibility of taking the players out of those bags. So 3 p.m. we'll have that for you live. Now, can Gilbert get nicely on this blue? Pink, obviously, is not in a great spot.
Yeah, if you can get somewhere near where he just pointed his cue there, somewhere near the middle pocket, he's got the chance of a double on that pink. I expect Dave to go close. Well, he's missed the blue and he's disgusted with himself.
So Leclerc needs blue and pink. Yeah, very early kind of reaction there. The rest came down a little hard. Oh, wow. It's one thing I wouldn't have necessarily seen coming. It's only frame 1 already. A bit of a thrilling frame here.
Yeah, I wasn't all that convinced. Prolatina's made a mistake there. Dave just pointing it out. Yeah, the long old days here, but we're only in frame 1, Prolatina. Didn't quite think that Leclerc had the angle there to promote that pink. It looked quite thin. He had to put a bit of right-hand side on that cue ball to try and swing it wide off the cushion. So this frame very much in the balance. If Dave knocks this blue in, he'll certainly have a shot at the double.
These flying, don't they, on the practice table, but the fact is, this is the match table. Well, he came perilously close to the opposite middle. This already looks like it's going to be one of those matches that could be very nervy all afternoon. Got it. He knew he'd got it, and it's set 1-0 to Gilbert. So, dramatic start there. I think he thought he'd lost that frame. Ricky Walden has made a brilliant start here on table 3. He's motoring towards a 2-0 lead and just keeping a very prodigiously talented opponent at bay in the early stages. As I say, it's likely to be an open game, and Walden will be delighted by that. He's a great scorer, as we've already said. Made 94 in the first, already up to 61 here.
And this is exactly the start that Ricky Walden would have wanted today against Zhao Xingtong. He would have wanted to take the game to him, having seen just how well Zhao has been scoring this week. He's made 14 breaks in 18 frames that he's won, Zhao Xingtong, so shows you the scoring power that he possesses. But Ricky Walden, no messing around so far today. But he's missed the red, edging close to that winning line. He wasn't far away there.
Just needed the red, didn't he? Would have been 52 in front, 51 on without a colour. So, okay, he's not left Zhao Xingtong in, but that should have been 2-0 really. Just a reminder tonight, we've got Neil Robertson against Matthew Stevens, 2 former champions, among the 4 matches we'll be bringing you. And as ever, you can contact myself and Stephen on X at Dave Hendon, at Stephen Hallworth. I'm also on Blue Sky at Dave Hendon, and World Snooker Tour at We Are WST. Let us know where you're watching, who you're excited about seeing. Meanwhile, Ricky Walden making up for missing the red initially. His long game, I mean, all right, it's only frame 2, but he looks to be in terrific fettle.
Yeah, I think all departments of his game look really strong at the moment. Ricky Walden had a good win against Antoni Kowalski in the previous round, made a couple of century breaks himself.
So that should be 2-0. Snooker's required. We'll be back with plenty more from that one. But let's go to table 4 because they're in the balance here. 8 points in it, 2 reds on. Ben Wollaston and Lei Pei Fan. Ben's played some good snooker this season. He's had a couple of difficult years health-wise, as I'm sure a lot of people know, so he's trying to build himself sort of back up again. His strength, apart from anything. Well, while we watch this, Matt Selt has a chance to make his 200th career century here. He's on 199 for his career, 71 to break 78 with that black, so it'd be nice to get this moment, Stephen.
Yeah, for sure, and Matthew Selt has made it clear this season that one of his goals hasn't necessarily been, you know, go deep in events, win tournaments, which a lot of players make those types of goals. His goal is to make more century breaks this season, because ultimately if you're making the big breaks, you're going to be winning more frames and with it potentially more matches. So it's a good goal to have, I feel, for Matthew Selt. So he'll be doing his best to try and clear this table.
Well, he's made a lot of the 200 here, hasn't he? Because in the Championship League that time, last year, wasn't it? He made 23, which actually is equaling Kyron Wilson's record for the same tournament. He played in all the groups. OK, there's a lot of matches, but even so, they've still got to be made.
He's a very, very tough match player, Matthew Selt. There's nothing really flamboyant about him, but he's certainly very hard to beat.
Yeah, and also if we need a break at any point, sometimes he does his own commentary if things aren't going well. So watch out for that. It's going really well at the minute. Feels like this is now kind of the key shot in terms of going on to make the centuries. Brought the Reds into a better position. Can he knock this black in? Superb. Superb.
So looking to try and get as close as he can to this final red. Just off straight would be nice. He's not quite got there. This is a tricky little cutback now.
97.
Yeah, and it made the difference. Those near jaws are playing very nippy this week.
Well, it's a shame, but 97 will do nicely, and he levels the match at 1 apiece. So, we've got frames on the board in all matches, apart from table 4. There's a bit of a standoff there. They're just sort of tip-tapping to a red. This is table 1. Julian Leclerc had that chance in the opener, went in off the blue. Great double from Gilbert on the pink, but here is Julian at the table in the next. One of 3 Belgians on tour. Luca Bressel, of course, seeded through. Ben Mertens has been eliminated in qualifying. Leclerc only 21 years of age, so again, still very young. Just didn't get a look in that shootout final. Chris Wakelin made, well, actually the highest break of the tournament, 119 in the final frame. Obviously, they're only 1 frame affairs, 10 minutes. Shootout, of course, returns to Leicester, actually, here, the Mattioli in December. So just a couple of weeks' time. Tickets available as they are for many events, including the UK Championship itself. Check out WST website, wst.tv/tickets. the shootout. I mean, if you want, let's not kid ourselves, a good night out with a few beverages, then that's the tournament to come to. Great atmosphere.
Yeah, and I think the players enjoy it as well, because you kind of know what you're going to get with the shootout. So the rowdier the better for me.
Well, I can tell you, Stephen, that match on table 4, they've re-racked. There was only 2 reds on, and they were rolling up. The red was by, as you look at the table, the bottom left corner pocket, and they were just tip-tapping, and they're now starting again. So we're looking for matches that might run long. I think we've found one already.
Just nasty old business, isn't it, over on table 4? Half an hour in and a re-rack, just what you need.
Well, I mean, Ben, he's already had a re-spot finish at 6-5. Meantime, Leclerc's left himself horrible on this black. But he's knocked it in without a lot of fuss. Not the latest ever re-rack, of course. Matt Selt, who we've just been watching, and Chris Wakelin, who I mentioned a moment ago, once had one on the pink, final pink in China.
So he's one good pot away here, Leclerc, from being back in prime position. No, and he's missed it. Just the pace, I think, kept that one out.
Well, we'll return to see how that one pans out, but there's the miss. But we're going to go to table 3. Here we go, Zhao Xingtong with a chance to win his first frame. He's on a break of 46. Ricky Walden has come out and done some heavy hitting already.
This is the sort of position you don't want to see Xingtong in when you're playing him. So efficient in amongst the balls, scores very heavily, very quickly. This is going to be an open match, isn't it? It's not going to take very long at all. I think even if it goes close, it won't take long. I'm going to make a prediction and say that this match will finish before table 4.
Is that table 4's first frame or the match itself? They're giving it another go there. Frame 1's restarted. Black and one more red to level up, and what a quick fire start to this one. Just going to be going, what, half an hour? Not even that. Lost the cue ball here though a little.
Just seemed to come off that cushion a little quicker than I think he anticipated. Possibly had a little trace of right hand side which would accelerate the cue ball off that cushion. And it's a bit of a stretch, and this red still needs potting. Doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball, just make sure of the red. Yeah, nicely done.
69. So 69 in front, 67 on. Just one snooker needed, but at least he's got his hand on the table, made a few. We will be back if Ricky Walden does get the snooker, but let's see if Gilbert can steal that frame on table 1. We saw Leclerc miss that red to right middle. Just one slightly awkward red, isn't there, sort of down towards Bolt, but otherwise certainly a chance for Gilbert here. Won a close first frame, of course, on the pink.
I get a feeling we might see a few frames like this in this match. Dave Gilbert, very experienced. I think Leclerc has to get in and score heavy and kill the frames off, because Dave Gilbert will be happy to just pick him off. The odd mistake that Leclerc may make, I think, will be punished heavily today.
Yeah, and it seems as well a bit like the Walden-Xingtong match. It's going to be open, and that certainly suits Gilbert. He's another very heavy scorer. He made, of course, the 147th 147 in snooker history, albeit it was a Championship League, so there wasn't a sort of rapturous ovation from the crowd because there was no crowd. We applauded him, but it wasn't quite the same, I don't think.
So he's got himself right back in this frame, Dave. He's just taken a moment here to figure out exactly how best to go about getting on that red up near the yellow spot. He's one good positional shot away from this becoming a formality.
Leclerc knows it's sort of about this next shot on the red. No, never looked in. He has at least covered it with the brown. So another frame in the balance here, as the first one was. Sing Tong, by the way, has potted another red there, so it's going to be 2-1 to Walden. Reminder, the first frame on table 4, Ben Wollaston, Lei Pei Fan was re-racked, so they're starting again, and one each, So Yulong and Matt Selt, who made a 97 in frame 2.
Now that's a big mistake from Julian Leclerc. He needs a little bit of fortune, and the raise of the hand suggests he's had it. He didn't get a good enough contact on that red, so as soon as he hit it, it was out of his control as to where it was going to finish.
Just while we watch this, looking at some messages. Billy Healy writes, can you tell me when the cut-off in the rankings for the Masters is and when the draw were made for the event? I'm going, I think he says for the first day, can't wait. Well, yeah, the cut-off is the UK Championship, so the draw will be made on the last day in the afternoon. So that's why Neil Robertson could do with qualifying, so a standard chance of being in it. This is the position right now, what we call a quad screen, where you can see the 4 matches. Matt Selt, he just missed out on a century, which would have been his 200th, but maybe he could make one here. He's certainly in to win the frame.
52.
One thing I really like about Matthew Selt when he's playing snooker is the intensity he has out there in the arena. He seems to be able to find the zone a lot better than most players. You can see it in his eyes, just that glare he has. It's almost as if he's in his own little world when he's at the table in amongst the balls. You can see very rarely takes his eyes off the table. It's important to keep that high level of focus, especially at top level snooker.
Archie Lees says, I'm watching from Cornwall, excited to see how Jack Lazowski does this week. 6 half centuries last night, so scoring well. When's the main draw? Well, the main draw is at 3 o'clock, Archie, so about an hour and 20 minutes from now. You'll find out who Jack has drawn. So the black to lead by 68 with 67 on. So snooker's required. We'll be back. If he's on for the century, we'll try and get the end of that because that'll be a big moment for Matthew. But we want to keep across all the action. Back to table 1. The yellow is the issue here, isn't it? But Leclerc's back in.
Yeah, no harm in getting the cue ball up into the baulk area. Looks like a pretty dead cert snooker for Julian. It was always going to be a good one. It's not the most straightforward escape, this, for Dave. He has to be careful as well that he doesn't leave a free ball. Well, that's nowhere near, I'm afraid, and that is going to be a free ball.
Just to let you know, Matt Selt made 88 there before breaking down, so 2-1 to Selt against Zhou Yulong.
So he just needs to go across the baulk cushion a little bit. Seemed to come off that first cushion very strange there. I thought it may have thrown a little wider than that. I think Dave did as well. That's much better. It's a good hit, but not quite as full as he would have liked. So he has left this yellow for Julian Leclerc.
Yes, yellow, green and brown to lead by 19 with 18 on. So he'll feel this is a big chance to level the match.
There's not many players that can lean over the table and reach the blue spot with ease. Makes that shot very, well, a lot easier than the rest of us.
Just a little hampered here. Referee keeping close watch. But in it goes. So the brown effectively to level up. 2 close frames. Yeah, so snooker needed. And the blue to make sure. So it will be 1 each. Let's go back to Jia Xingtong, who's of course won the 3rd frame there, and he's in early on in the 4th. Not hanging about here, these two. So just lost position, wasn't interested in playing any sort of fancy recoveries, but it was a big target actually, wasn't there, blue and yellow, get quite a nasty snooker, it didn't happen.
Yeah, and Ricky's got a little bit of trouble himself here to try and get that cue ball back into baulk. There's the 2 reds on the right side of the table that are obstacles. Might have to play this with a bit of check side to straighten it up. Thin edge. I imagine we'll see too many safety exchanges between this pair. But the safety play is very important nevertheless, because both players are so dangerous from range.
John is asking a very interesting question here. He says, I'm loving the coverage. Just wondering, which snooker player do you think would do best on Mastermind if their specialist subject was snooker? I'm guessing Bingham or Neil Robertson. I'll tell you who'd do well, in all seriousness, Jordan Brown. Jordan Brown is a bit of a stato. And proud of it. I remember when we were in the lockdown World Qualifiers, we saw a lot of him and he was coming up with all sorts of questions. Could easily have gone in off there and left this much easier pot. But in it goes anyway.
Now, can he get through to the potting angle of this green? I think had the cue ball have ran on a fraction more, he'd have definitely been able to snip that into its own pocket, but he's nominated yellow, so Ricky might be tight in behind the blue here. Couple of big targets for Ricky to try and lay onto, but needs to be careful. Ricky, I'm sure, would love to get back to the Barbican again. Fell at this hurdle last season against Tepchire. He's made a very good start so far today, but I'm sure he'd like to go into the interval with a 2-frame advantage. Needs to get this one right though. He's already 33 down in this frame. Doesn't want to leave another chance for Xingtong.
Well, we will come back to this, but we haven't seen much of Table 4 because they did re-rack the first frame. But Ben Wollaston against Lei Pei Fan. Ben is in here, 9 behind. What happened was that, yeah, the red was, as we look at the screen, near the left corner, and they were just sort of tapping up to it. There was another red in bulk, which sort of stopped the safety down that end, and a stalemate occurred, but that is not good from Ben. And well, Lei Pei Fan, there's a safe red on the right-hand side. He can plant that onto the one over the pocket. So it would seem that this frame opening up at last. Can he get through directly? Or maybe. I thought he was snookered at first. Yeah, Lei Pei Fan, the world number 86, but still a relative newcomer. He's been on the tour before. He's been as high as 73 in the world. This is the furthest he's been in the UK Championship. He was in the last 16 of the Northern Ireland Open this season in Belfast.
Yeah, that's a good pot considering this match has been very stop-start. It's difficult to maintain any sort of rhythm when it's quite cagey, quite scrappy. But Pei Fan staying aggressive there.
As we saw get through yesterday, there were 10 Chinese players in this round. Fang Zhengyi was beaten yesterday, Wang Yuchen was beaten, and of course Bai Yu Lu as well. But still potential for the Chinese ranks to be swelled. Of course, 4 are seeded through: Ding, Si Jiahui, Zhao Guodong and Zhang Anda. And we're a little over an hour from finding out who they're going to be playing. 3 o'clock UK time. The draw. So 33 in front, 2 more pots, and it should be 1-0 at last. As you think this is a long frame, they did have a re-rack. You know, it's quite deep in. There are only 2 reds left, so it's one of those things. Sometimes the balls dictate. So frame ball for a 1-0 lead for Lei Pei Fan. Nicely done, but Ben Wollaston did have the chance, didn't he? He missed that red, left it over the lip of the right corner. Back to table 3, and Zhao Xingtong back in after laying that pretty nasty snooker.
Well, I was pondering over the shot he was about to play there, thinking I'm sure none of these reds passed the pink, but didn't see the plant. Look how he played it as well, just to get himself out of trouble. Left the cue ball glued to the pink, so he wouldn't have left anything for Ricky Walden. 60 points in front. 90. Still 6 reds, so 75 points available. He would have liked to have put that yellow safe on the side cushion just for a little bit of insurance, but still a uphill task for Ricky Walden in this frame. Last frame before the interval. Well, that's worst case for Ricky Walden, because this red will clip to this right corner. Caught that safety shot much too thin.
Yeah, and this feels likely to be his last contribution of the frame, because Xingtong just needs the green, which he's knocked in, so Snooker needed. He's on the next red. Well, it's not taken them long, has it? I mean, we only started about 50 minutes ago, and they're going to be at the interval after this visit from Zhao Xingtong. That's the way to do it. There's a lot of interest in him for obvious reasons, but regardless of the circumstances by which he was off the tour, back on the tour, he is a fantastic player. We saw that 3 years ago when he won the title in York. And he's come back like a bullet, hasn't he, onto the Q Tour, into this first big professional event from the first round. And he's 4 frames from the final stages. So it's going to be 2-2. Let's go back to Matt Selt, who's had a couple of near misses for centuries in the last 2 frames, but at least he's won them. 2-1 it is to him. He's trying to get to the interval with a 3-1 lead over Zhou Yulong.
And since the break of 83 in the first frame from Zhou Yulong, he hasn't scored a single point since. So Matthew Selt starting to turn the screw here. Looking very sharp is Matt. I've seen him the past couple of days putting some hard yards in the practice room with his coach Chris Henry. Very, very dedicated player as well. He's always got an agenda as well, Matthew Selt, on the practice table, always working on something. We had an in-length discussion yesterday about cues, and he's had a lot of work done to his cue recently, chopping and changing and just trying to find those little percentages.
Well, when he arrived in Riyadh, it was literally chopped and changed, wasn't it? It was broken.
That was horrendous, wasn't it? One of the worst cases of a broken cue I think I've ever seen from an airline. Took his cue, which was in absolute pieces, to a local carpenter and literally glued it back together. He won a match as well with it, which is incredible. The things you have to go through as a snooker player that the general public may not often see.
Yeah, and of course with increased global travel, you know, it becomes more of a risk every time you get on a plane. John Higgins, of course, had his cue destroyed. It was left out in the rain in Paris, although the new one he's got, he really likes. It was in its case, but there was a deluge, and that was the end of that. Anyway, Matt Selt going well here, and this red should make it 3-1, and again a very fluent start here from both players, but particularly from Selt after Zhou there won the opener. He was 3-0 down, Zhou Yulong, as I mentioned, in the last round to Marco Fu, turned that round to win 6-3. But I made the point yesterday, this is different, I think, in this round. Everyone's had a match already. Of course, they've all won at least one match, some more than that. So you're not coming in with those sort of nerves of the seed, trying to, you know, ensure ranking points. That's done now. This is about trying to qualify. We'll just stay with this, see if we can jinx another century. There's just about enough on to make one, but of course he's looking for his 200th of his career. Ben Williston has been playing on for snookers. He needs 2 against Lei Pei Fan on the yellow, but is yet to get them. They're determined to get their money's worth this afternoon, those two, aren't they? They're in no rush, and why should they be? Just about on this red, it would seem. Yeah, nicely on it, actually. Oh, but not in. Anyway, 52, more than enough. Matt Selt leads 3-1 against Zhou Yulong at the mid-session interval. So 2 matches at the interval, 2 each Ricky Walden and Zhao Xingtong, 3-1 Selt over Zhou Yulong. Back to table 1, 1 each Dave Gilbert, Julian Leclerc. This is a big shot with the black waiting. Terrific red from Gilbert, and look at the reds here. So great chance for Dave Gilbert to go 2-1 in front, already 32 in front.
I think we're going to see a number of frames like this. Look at the reds. This is a very open game. Both players so attacking. I can't see, again, similar to the Ricky Walden Zhao Xingtong match, I can't see much safety being played between these two. Both like to go for the shots, and that can often encourage an open game. So David Gilbert just looking to put the finishing touches to this frame against Julian Leclerc. Great player on his day, Dave. Another player that, when you talk about the top 16 players in the world, he certainly comes into that conversation, the level that he can play to. Didn't seem all that upbeat after his previous round win when he spoke to David Hendon. I'm sure he'll be feeling a lot better about things should he get through today. So David Hendon has just been relieved of duties for a moment or two, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Ken Docherty. Ken, we've got some brilliant matches again today, haven't we?
Yeah, lovely. Very interesting. And yeah, this is an interesting. I love watching Dave Gilbert play, I must say. And indeed, Julian, he's such a wonderful potter, isn't he? Explosive. But Dave Gilbert, very, very classy. Lovely cue action. Very smooth. And the matches, apart from table forward, are still on the first frame. I mean, you've got Matsell 3-1 up in 4 frames in basically an hour. And Zhao Xingtong as well. And Ricky Walden. This is going at a decent speed, but it could be a late night for those two lads if it goes the distance on table 4. Still in the first frame. Amazing.
47.
Yeah, here is a little split screen of what's happening on table 4. Ben Wollaston carrying on for Snookers. They've had a re-rack in that frame very late on in that opening frame as well. Just with the 2 reds left, they were just tip-tapping up to it, glued to the side rail, red in balk, so it created a little bit of a stalemate.
53.
That looks the end of that one. Well, I don't think he'll continue on. 30 points behind. There's that old debate as well, isn't it? Many snookers, I mean, it's gone around on Twitter as well. We were speaking about it, the champion of champions. How many snookers require, do you think that, well, you just got to concede the frame?
61.
I think you should be playing on with at least 3 snookers, because there's always the possibility of a free ball. Maybe after that, 4 snookers will be probably too much.
I think as well, it depends on how the balls are situated, doesn't it? If there's some big targets on the table, you kind of fancy getting a couple. But Ben there, you see him carrying on purely because of where the blue and pink are situated.
61.
But that break of 61 is going to be more than good enough for David Gilbert to re-establish a lead on table 1. 2-1 against Julian Leclerc. So both the matches still in play here at the Mattioli Arena. Just at the little break while the referees reset the balls, we'll just get a little score update once again. Zhao Xingtong and Ricky Walden locked at 2 apiece there at their interval. Matthew Sell, he's played very well so far against Zhou Yulong. Zhou Yulong, since that break of 83 in the opening frame, he hasn't scored a single point. So Matthew Sell slowly starting to turn the screws. He's a great match player, isn't he, Matthew Sell? Kind of just sort of floats under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, he's very consistent, isn't he? But very tough, really tough match player. He knows all the moves around the snooker table, plays some good safety. He's got a good solid cue action. Working a lot with Chris Henry, isn't he? I've seen him practicing quite a lot, even late into last night on the practice table, getting ready for today. Zhou Yulong, a little bit disappointed with him over the last couple of seasons. I thought when he burst onto the circuit that he was going to get into the top 16 and, be really a sort of steady campaigner, but he sort of lost his way, even though, he'd come up and beat some good players, but then he'll lose matches that you don't expect him to lose. Just trying to find that consistency.
Don't forget, we've still got 8 places up for grabs to book their place at the Barbican. Of course, those 8 places will be filled today, and myself and Ken will be doing the draw live with Rob Walker in around about, well, just under an hour's time at 3 p.m. UK time. So make sure you stay with us for that, and let us know who you want to see take on one another at the Barbican. What draws, what ties would you fancy? What would be box office? I mean, they're all pretty box office nowadays. The standard is so good, but please do keep getting in touch with us on X, and we'll try and get back to you all as and when we can.
Yeah, and let us know where you're watching from. It's always interesting to see and hear from people around the world who are watching, all around Europe and all around the world. Yeah, America and Australia. Yeah, so let us know where you're watching it, when you should be working. Or you might be doing both.
And if you are one of the lucky ones to have tickets already for the Barbican, the event starts on Saturday. Most sessions have actually sold out, which is brilliant. The atmosphere is always incredible in York, but there are still some tickets available if you're in the area or wanting to travel to York to see one of our biggest events, Triple Crown event on our calendar. Then head to wst.tv/tickets. You can find all the information for York and a lot more events we've got coming up back here in Leicester for the snooker shootout, 4th to the 7th of December. So many events coming up. The season just doesn't stop. The tour rolls on.
Oh, really good shot that. He brought a lot of balls into play. It was an aggressive safety shot. He was a bit concerned about that red coming up left of the blue, but I think he's got cover on the brown. So he's got to find the same pathway here, Julian. Got to be careful of that red on the right-hand side cushion. Doesn't have to play the same shot, but if he does, watch out for that red on the right-hand side. He's got to avoid that. Well, he has done. It's pretty good. He needs cover though. The red has gone over the left corner pocket. He doesn't have cover this time. A little bit unlucky there. Yeah, a little bit unlucky. You're always wary of knocking reds towards corner pockets when you're playing safe. Wouldn't have expected that, but maybe costly. Bit of a haircut Dave Gilbert has got, hasn't he, for these UK qualifiers? Number 1, is it? Number 2, maybe? It's a right shave, that one.
Of course, he was on the receiving end of an absolute heartbreaker last year. I remember we was here for Judgement Day. He lost 6-5 to Jamie Clark and was absolutely fuming after the match. There was a lot of crashing and banging we could hear as he left the arena. I think at one point as well, he actually threw his cue case right across the arena floor. That's what these qualifiers and Judgement Days can do to a player. So much emotion out there in the arena. The highs and the lows of playing professional sport, but David Gilbert has looked quite nice so far this afternoon. Never nice to fall at this hurdle, is it?
Yeah, it's the one round, isn't it? It's like the last round before the Crucible as well. It's such a tough match, so much pressure on it. Not a nice match to lose. A lot of tension built up, and I suppose when they finish the match, that's the way some players want to just release the tension. A bang here, there, cue thrown. Got a good chance here now. That pink going on the black spot certainly helps. Got a lovely rhythm to his cue action. Nice free flowing. Got to the semi-final of the World Championship, wasn't it, not so long ago, and led John Higgins, but the great master clawed his way back, eventually won. I think it was 18-17 in the end, or not 18-17, it might have been 17-16, 17-15. It was really, really close, but Dave was absolutely devastated. I remember the interview with Rob Walker afterwards. He broke into tears, and you could see how much it meant to him.
It just highlights the emotions that the players go through. You do so well, and you try your hardest to keep everything in check out there in the arena, and you really do get built up at times. It's nice to see that as well, I think, because it's important to remember that all these players, that we're all human, and we do experience different emotions out there. Of course, some players more than others, but Dave Gilbert, very, very capable player on his day.
That was a nice shot, just a nice touch, nice feel. Just get top side of the blue. Doesn't have to go into the pack here. He can play for the loose red.
I think if you was to rank all the professional players on the tour as to who has one of the best cue actions, you'd certainly put Dave Gilbert in your top 10, top 5. It's like a hot knife through butter when he cues the ball.
He's taken these well so far. One more loose red after this, but if he gets an angle on the pink, may elect to go into that little cluster of 5. No, he's playing for the loose one. Definitely passes the black into the left corner pocket, so just get the extra points and then leave a nice angle on the pink to go into that pack of reds. And that looks pretty good. Yeah, you see that the outside red, if he hits that almost half ball, the top red that's near the pink spot, that will go out into the middle of the table and should be available into the left centre. Doesn't have to hit this that hard. Just watch the top red out into the middle of the table. But you got to pot the pink. He got into the cue ball too much. Most important thing is make sure you pot the object ball. Chance missed.
Yeah, big chance missed. Did not expect that one to come from David Gilbert now. These are big moments for Julian Leclerc in this match. Should David Gilbert make the odd mistake, it's very important that he tries to capitalise, and that is a very, very poor shot that he's just played there. Was under no pressure whatsoever with that safety shot. To catch the blue, well, that's a cardinal sin.
Yeah, and what's worse for Julian, I mean, he's going to need that blue out in the open. He's put it in a safe place. Extra insurance for Dave Gilbert, which is a very careless shot from Julian. Good shot. Free shot, really, wasn't it? We've got a choice. He can take the green on. I think he should take the green on. He's normally pretty aggressive. Green shouldn't be a problem. And it's a natural path of the cue ball up towards these reds. No problem.
A few of you getting in touch, letting us know who you might like to see in York. I'm curious who Jackson Page will draw, says Emre World. Wouldn't it be something if he was to draw his good pal Mark Williams? That would be some tie. Hopefully they avoid one another, because that's a nightmare draw for them both, but we'll soon find out. Kelly Barker, a great snooker fan. Hopefully Neil Robertson to kick things off against Ronnie O'Sullivan, defending champion, of course. That'll be the first match on Saturday, should it happen.
What about Robertson Trump? A little bit of banter between those two now, after last week, champion of champions. Saw Neil on X yesterday talking about, well, giving out a little bit about Trump and the luck he said that he had last week, but yeah. A little bit of spice going on there. Nothing wrong with that.
18.
Bit of banter. Yeah, so many interesting equations and matches. Dave Gilbert is going to take a 3-1 lead going into the break here.
Yeah, so it's going to be Dave Gilbert with a 2-frame advantage going into the mid-session interval. 3-1 he leads the Belgian beast. Julian Leclerc with a couple of mistakes there. He's going to have to cut them out if he's going to get anything from this match. As we quickly just pop in over on table 4, this has been an absolute grueler. it's what we expect from these qualifiers. Ben Wollaston came through an absolute thriller in his previous round against Joe Perrier. 6-5, deciding black ball respot. It doesn't get much closer than that. And by the looks of things today, this one is going to be another marathon match for Ben. They've only played the once before, and that was at the 2021 Scottish Open last 32. Ben coming through that one 4-1. Leipe Fan is having a good spell this week. Another one of the few players that has come right through from round one. Had a very good win over local lad Tom Ford in the previous round, 6-5. Beat Hamid Mir and Vladislav Gradinari in the opening round as well. But there's life left in this, isn't there, Ken? This one's going to take a long time.
It's going to go on, isn't it? And I don't see any change in the pace at all. I mean, look at the table, the way it's gone. A lot of safety. Sometimes the games can just go like that, can't they? They sort of, the balls dictate. And particularly if you've got two players that, you know, they won't really take many chances unless it's a shot to nothing, you would say. So they'll play safety until someone leaves that chance or mistake. And both players playing a similar game at the moment, and that's why it's become, well, a little bit pedestrian to say the least.
So we'll keep you up to date with that match as it unfolds on table 4. Back to table 2, Matthew Selt, Zhou Yulong back out after their interval. Matthew straight in amongst the balls once again, and he's played a pretty good shot there. Screwed into the reds. Is he on one?
I think that red is covered. The red into the corner, has it? He looked down to the ground as if to say, so it wasn't on it. It must be pretty tight. He's having a good look from this side, but no, doesn't look. You always look at the player's body language, don't you? The way he walks, the way he looks. Can he swerve it slightly? Yeah, he's going to try and swerve it. A little bit of left-hand side, but it's dangerous. He misses it.
Shot.
Yeah, if he misses it, he leaves everything, doesn't he? He could over-swerve this. Yeah, oh, dangerous shot. Very dangerous. He's unlucky there, because he hit a good shot into the pack. You're always looking for a little bit of luck, aren't you, when you split the reds? Didn't get it.
I think that was a prime example of being seduced to keep the break going. You're just desperate to keep it going there. Matthew Selt made a goal for his season to make more century breaks. Wanted to keep that one going for another potential 200th century break of his career, but not. Again, this match very close, I feel. It could go the distance, this one. Zhou Yulong, very capable player on his day, but Matthew Selt currently in the lead at the minute. As we dip back in over on table 3, the talk of the event, I suppose. Zhou Xintong come right through from round 1, taking on a very experienced campaigner, Ricky Walden. This match is not going to be holding around either.
No, not at all. I remember playing Zhou Xintong when I think he was only 13 years of age, and it might have been the International Championship in China a few years ago now. Oh, what a prodigious talent he is. Won this tournament, of course, a few years ago. Had his hiatus away from the sport and has come back on the Q Tour with a bang, and of course he's, well, won the 3 matches already to get here. 2-0 down in this match. Already made a 1-4-6 in the tournament, the highest so far. It's just a lovely striker of the ball. Just look at the way he plays. He reminds me a lot of a young Jimmy White, only the way he used to play in the, particularly the early in the 80s and then of course in the 90s. He just has that lovely way he slides into the shot, but just a lovely strike on the cue ball. So natural.
And this isn't scientifically proven by any means, but a left-handed player just looks better on the shot, in my opinion. There's so many left-handed players that just look $1 million, and Zhao Xingtong is no exception.
Yeah, there's something different about them, isn't there? And we have so many left-handers now in the game. I mean, Judd Trump, top of the tree, Neil Robertson, Mark Allen, of course. Barry Hawkins, another one.
47.
Mark Williams, of course, how well he played last week at the tender age of 50, winning the Champion of Champions. So many greats. A lot more of them I think we used to, definitely, particularly in the 90s and the noughties. There's a few more have come in, and it's great to see. This is a wonderful break. He's really, from 2-0 down, he's done very, very well here, Zhao Xingtong.
It's quite mesmerising to watch, isn't he? He never looks rushed when he's walking around the table, but he plays at such a brisk pace.
69.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing about players who are quick. They don't look like they're going around quick to table, but it's only when they get into the shot, they see the shot very early, and they slide down and play the shot very quickly. But they're never rushed.
Helps as well when you're pretty much perfect every time on your next ball. Look at this break, it's just been flawless.
85.
Like shelling peas for him. You don't want to leave him in this sort of position with the red spread far and wide, because this will be the result. The frame will be over very, very quickly. Still the chance of a century break as well.
86.
We've just come around to have a little look at that red to middle. It looks on screen that that's a pretty straightforward shot, but I can assure you, trying to drop them in, they're quite an acute angle, quite nippy. That's why he's played over to the left side, give himself more of a pocket to aim at.
93.
Yeah, it's just wonderful, isn't it? I mean, he's just made this break look so easy. Top of the Q Tour rankings, already won 2 tournaments, had a couple of 147s along the way in those tournaments as well. So he's obviously been putting in the practice. It's just and a lot those tournaments would have sort of given him that match practice, sort of a little bit of sharpness, but nothing like the sharpness that he would have got from this week. And there's another wonderful century. I don't know how many he's made this week, but there's been a few for sure.
Well, coming into this match, he'd had 14 breaks over 50 and 18 frames won, so he's certainly seeing it pretty well. Devastating score on his day, one of the very, very best. Ricky Walden took the game to him to begin with, but Zhao Xingtong has found another gear here. This has been a wonderful contribution.
Beautiful. Well played, Zhao Xingtong. Great break. 3-2, he leads.
So after that mistake we saw a few moments ago from Matthew Selt, attempting the little swerve, this has been the result. Zhou Yulong in on a break of 46, but looks to have just run out of position. This frame very much in the balance, a big frame, massive frame for Zhou Yulong. Must win in my opinion. So obviously touching ball has been declared. Just went down to the balk area to see where he'd like to find refuge. So Matthew Selt took a long while to just study that little cluster of 4 by the pink spot. He may have felt that there was a plant to this left corner pocket. Zhou Yulong has the option again now to play up into the balk area. Such a brilliant player on his day, Zhou Yulong. Twice. Sorry, he's been to a quarterfinals and a semi-final at the Barbican, so he'd like to have another deep run in the event. Lost 6-5 to Ronnie O'Sullivan there as well. He's had a pretty steady season. Quarterfinals in Shanghai. £63,000 in prize money already pocketed this campaign, which is not to be sniffed at. As I say, he's got a very good record against Matthew Selt. But so far today, it's all been about Matthew Selt. He's played much the better of the two, or at least he's scored the better of the two. He's pretty much frozen Zhou Yulong out of this match. He's very good at doing that, Matt. He's a very clever player. You saw that against Aaron Hill in his previous round. There was not really much that Aaron Hill could do to get in. Matthew Selt's safety game is very impressive. I think it was a few years ago. He actually came out in an interview, Matthew Selt, and sort of declared himself as one of the best safety players in the game, which was a pretty big statement to make. There's some incredible tacticians right at the top of the rankings, but Matthew Selt certainly has the confidence in his own belief that he is one of the best safety players in the game. So just caught the blue with the safety shot there, but no harm done at first glance. Matt has a couple of tempters, but very, very tough pots. Particularly from where the cue ball has come to rest. So play is underway all across the arena once again. David Gilbert and Julian Leclerc back out after their interval. Dave Gilbert leading 3-1. Ben Wollaston and Leipai fans still in the second frame over on table 4. That one is going to be an absolute marathon match. Ben needs 3 sessions to finish his games recently. As we just watch Matthew Selt be slightly unfortunate with that cue ball finding the corner pocket. Again, all the matches are in action, but we're trying to keep you up to date with everything that's happening across the arena, and we're going to just head quickly back to the studio as Ken joins Rob Walker for a little bit of analysis.
Thanks very much, Stephen. You can take a well-earned break. Ken, this has been absolutely non-stop, apart from the match involving Ben Wollaston. And I think there's half a chance they may end up getting pulled off. But the speed with which some of the other matches have progressed, Zhao Xintong and Ricky Walden getting to a mid-session interval unbelievably quickly. And Zhao has now seized the initiative with that 3-2 lead with a break of 124. But both he and Ricky look pin sharp.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I thought he's come back really well. He was 2-0 down. But as I was just, eulogising in commentary there with Stephen Hallward, it's just about the way he plays. He's just he's such a quick player, but he's not rushed around the table. He's got a sort of an air like a Mark Williams who plays really, really fast. But when you watch him walk around the table, it's very sort of languid, and he has exactly the same type of style. But what a beautiful striker of a cue ball. His position was inch perfect as well, which helps, of course, speed up the break. But he's cueing beautifully, and it's the both players are playing really well there. Fascinating match.
It is, and they really are providing an absolute masterclass. Now, a shot to analyse here. How well has Matthew Selt started his Judgment Day battle to make it back into the big draw? 3 o'clock coming up very soon. Don't miss it, live here. Matt has started that match so well. Yeah,
he has, and against a tough player, Zhao Yulong. He's a player he sort of goes missing a little bit, doesn't he? He can beat some of the big players, then he might go missing for a couple of tournaments and then come back, And he's just trying to find that consistency that Zhao Yulong. But Matt Selt, I watched him practice here with Chris Henry a little bit last night. He's putting in a lot of hours and he looks to be really, really good. I mean, he lost the first frame and then Zhao Long never potted the ball for the next 3 frames for the interval. So they're poised, still 3-1, but that 5th frame could go either way. But yeah, another great match there. And
he just seems as though he's really in the mood this week, Matt Selt. We're going to show you a shot, an absolutely brilliant positional shot. Here it is. So Matt Selt, he's slightly out of position on the blue, but how about this?
Yeah, lovely shot off the blue. 2 cushions, lots of right-hand side and a lovely split as well. He's got a red. Have a look at it again. Lots of side. Look at the cue going up in the air, trying to get as much spin and much power on it as possible. But he's got a red into the corner and into the right corner, and also got a red into the left corner. Lovely, lovely split. And you always trust a little bit of luck. But if you hit the pack at the right position, then luck tends to favour you, and you sort of deserve that little bit of luck. And you're only waiting to try and knock out one, possibly 2 reds, and that's exactly what he's done.
He's a deceptively good match player, isn't he? Even though he says himself he should have been at the Crucible more times, he should have won more events. I know he won the Indian in 2019. It's the last edition. He's still, I guess, the reigning champion. But he should have won more, by his own admission. But he is a very good match player when he's in the mood and on his day. Yeah,
I think he is a very good match player. Sometimes I think, though, he's sort of a little bit too methodical and too safety conscious, and he doesn't probably believe in himself, doesn't go for enough, and not as aggressive as he possibly should be, and maybe that holds him back a little bit. So, but he's certainly a good putter. He's a good break builder, and he's got a good temperament. But I'd like to see him play a little bit more aggressive, I think, and maybe, and even if it doesn't work out, but at least, you're having a go. But, maybe that's what's holding him back a little bit.
Well, we shall see. Also, keep your eye on Julien Leclerc against Dave Gilbert. Leclerc absolutely not out of that. The Belgian beast, he's got the biggest feet, the biggest hands of any player. We reckon he's the biggest player to appear on the circuit, probably since the late, great Bill Werbenet.
They're all big compared to me.
OK, so let's get straight back to commentary. And don't forget, the draw live here with Ken, with Stephen Hallworth, bang on 3 o'clock. It's getting tantalisingly close.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Thanks, Rob. Brilliant stuff. Great to see as well. There's been some brilliant shots played so far this week, hasn't there? There's just drama wherever you look. There's been some amazing flukes as well. So often we see just how important they can be. But Matthew Selt, this frame very much in the balance, but he's back in. So that draw, Dave, edging very, very close. It's always a highly anticipated event, isn't it, the draw itself? I can imagine most of the top 16 players will be tuned in very shortly to see who they're going to draw. It's all starting to feel very real now.
Yeah, brilliant excitement, and then we start to plot a sort of prediction course, don't we? Who's going to come through? It's going to be hard already. You know, the people who got through yesterday, they're all very dangerous, and I'm sure that'll be the case today. Yeah, we're coming up to that in about, what, 25 minutes' time. It might be a while before we find out whether it's Ben Wollaston or Lepe Fan, though, going through, because they're still in frame 2 there. Xiaoxing Tong's broken down on 64, just a ball from making it 4-2. Didn't get on the next red. Now, Ricky Walden on table 3. As I say, Jing Song didn't get on the next red, and the safety wasn't great, and Walden's just knocked a long red in and just flicked the black, but he's on it. So this is a chance. Yellow safe, which is in, obviously, Xiaoxing Tong's favour. Been a very open, attacking match. Some good aggressive snooker play by both.
He looked so comfortable at the start of this match, Ricky, but Jing Tong has just made him aware that he's in a match. And it's up to Ricky now to respond to that, because Xiaoxing Tong is looking like he's going to start pulling away with this game. Ricky's got to try and contain him now. Oh, it's perfect on this black to get high up the table for the red to left corner, just beyond the pink, which will then release the red to right corner. So it's looking like it's going to be all about that yellow now, this clearance. If he pots the red and then the pink, he just has to be careful he doesn't cover the potting angle, so he may avoid playing for it. He can leave himself high on the black. It's just a natural to float it in and get back down the left side for that red to right corner. An angle on the black, a low angle from this final red, would be ideal in terms of trying to promote that yellow off the cushion. Yeah, I don't think he's quite got straight enough on the red for that now, so may have to change plan. Well, he didn't seem to take the chance to even get on that yellow there, Ricky Walden, so He's just hedged his bets that he's going to win this safety exchange on it. Very much a yellow ball frame now, nothing else safe. Just trying to send it twice across. Get it on the baulk cushion.
39.
Oh, we'd have loved that cue ball to have just drifted past that black. That would have been big trouble. I think Zhao Tong has an edge of this yellow.
Just to say, Zhou Yulong looks like he's pulled one back against Matt Selt. He's 37 in front, 35 on. One snooker needed there, otherwise it's 3-2 to Selt.
This looks a very good line as well. How's the pace? Yeah, brilliant shot.
More than 24 behind, 27 on. Must hit the yellow, otherwise he needs a snooker. But of course, if he leaves it on, it will be 4-2 to Zhao Tong. Well, it is a chance for sure at the yellow. Just checking the scores, it would put him 26 in front, 25 on. Yeah, nicely done. Very nicely done. He's playing well, isn't he? And Zhao Tong is now 2 frames away from getting into that draw for the first round of the UK Championship, and that'll be happening in 20 minutes' time. For 4-2 then. Now then, table 4. They did have a re-rack, and it's not really speeded up since. It's 1-0 to Lei Pei Fan against Ben Wollaston. This frame 2 currently in progress, 38 minutes, and there's still 6 reds on. So you wonder if it remains close, if they're going to get it finished this afternoon. Might be coming back tonight.
I'm shaking my head in disbelief, Dave. This is a howler of a match so far. A proper qualifying match, this. Not all snooker is heavy scoring and big breaks. This is the proper meat of the tournament.
Yeah, we'll be back with it in due course when something happens. But table 1, plenty happening. 3-1 Dave Gilbert over Julien Leclerc, and Gilbert in with a chance for 4-1.
Yeah, Dave looking very comfortable in amongst the balls, as he so often does. He's a brilliant ball striker. And he's just slowly starting to go through the gears today, Dave. Building a nice lead and looks completely comfortable, completely in control.
Yeah, he does seem to have a bit of a love-hate relationship with snooker. He was saying the other day, you know, he hasn't been really looking forward to it of late, but he said 6 months ago, around the time of the World Championship, he was absolutely buzzing. Andy Lee is here, he's a good friend. Of course, he's been on tour as a professional, Andy, and he's trying to get him in the best shape he can, on and off the table. I do think, though, if he gets to York with the atmosphere there, he's going to be playing one of the top players. He must surely revel in that environment. These qualifiers, you know, they are tough. You don't get big crowds. It's a bit of a production line. But it's all part of the circuit. It's part of this UK Championship. And the rewards are there if you come through, of course. You get to play at the Barbican with the TV coverage and the nearly sold-out crowds. There are some tickets still available, but it's going to be well attended every session there next week. Breaking news from table 4: the players have taken a toilet break. So that is I think the word for the progress being made there is glacial. Well, oh, Dave, he says he's annoyed at missing that. So 37, the lead. He's favourite in the frame with balls on cushions, but that's annoyed him. Can at the very least get back into the frame here. Narrow the scores. Matt Selt has got the snooker he needed against Zhou Yulong in that 5th frame, so it's 34 in it now, 35 on. Well, played to disturb the red, but he's not on it. Well, that's quite significant because he's nudged the yellow into potable position, and you've got to feel that will favour Gilbert, 23 in front. He would need red colour yellow. The yellow is now available. So with the pink safe and the green safe-ish, Gilbert looking more of a favourite in the frame now. Didn't get the snooker though. Still waiting for the players to return on table 4. I mean, I'm assuming it is just a toilet break. Whether there's another reason why players stopped, I'm not sure. Well, let's go back to Xiao Tong, who's now 4-2 up and in the balls early on in frame 7 here. As I was saying before, the suspension came along. Xiao Tong reached as high as 6 in the world rankings. And really, he's, in these qualifiers, he's played like a player of that status.
30.
Now then, we're just going to leave this table because Julien Leclerc on table 1, they were on the last red when we left it, and he's just potted it, but not only that, he's brought the pink out. So suddenly, this is a real chance for him to steal this frame. Yellow available, of course. That was promoted earlier. He's missed the green, though. Oh, dear. What a chance that was. And Dave Gilbert, with very little to do here, just yellow and green, that was the one. As I say, he'd promoted the pink in potting the red. So the chance was there to clear up. It's been a very close match. It's going to be 4-1, but a lot of the frames have been like this. They've come down to the colours, but Leclerc's just missed a couple of opportunities. Remember, in very early on, frame 1, he went in off the blue, and Gilbert's been picking up the pieces. So it's not been necessarily Dave Gilbert, you know, a blizzard of breaks, but he's, as I say, he's been getting these openings, and he's been taking them. They're back on table 4. There was a slight scoring issue. That's why they went off. Not what you need when the match is already running long, but anyway, they're back out. Zhou Yulong did win that 5th frame as expected, so 3-2 to Matt Selt. And here it's 4-1 to Dave Gilbert. Yeah, that's a big frame again to win. So back to Zhao Xingtong and Ricky Walden. Zhao has broken down, but he leads 36-0 and of course 4-2 in the match, trying to make it 5-2. We're now 8 minutes away from the draw. Stephen and Ken have gone to join Rob, and we'll have that for you live. Obviously there'll be a few either-ors, but we're going to have an idea of who's going to be playing who when we start on Saturday. Ronnie O'Sullivan opens the show. Who's Ronnie going to get? Who's the world champion Karen Wilson going to get? Ding is a form horse in York. Of course, Judd Trump, world number 1. All these star names are waiting for the qualifiers. Very tough. The pot is attempted. Not been much turned down in this match, though, by either player. Ricky Walden opened up with a 94 in the opening frame.
Six. Seven. 15.
Well, this is the red to get rid of. He would ideally like to get the black back on its spot now that he frees it with this red, and then he might be back in business in the frame. Pink on the black spot is just as good, actually. We're now just 4 minutes away from that draw. Players, by the way, they'll tell you, if you hear any players, they'll say, oh yeah, did you watch the draw? No, I didn't watch it. They'll be tuning in, I guarantee it. And why wouldn't you? Is Xiao Tong going to be ultimately at York? Well, this frame is a big one, isn't it? If Ricky Walden loses it, he's in serious trouble. 4-3, though, it really is in the balance. So needs to develop the cluster of 4. Playing on the loose one first. Just before we head to the draw, just to reiterate the scores, Dave Gilbert has just gone 4-1 up, as we saw, against Julian Leclerc. Matt Selt 3-2 on Zhou Yulong. They're just starting frame 6. It's still 1-0 to Lei Pei Fan over Ben Wollaston. There's 2 reds on there, 2 points in the frame, Wollaston in front. There's a red saved by the green that's causing the issues there. So there's a bit of mileage in that frame, in that match, let's be honest. As Walden now on the pink. He's just looking to run through and get these reds open. And if he gets a good split, then it's looking like a good chance to win the frame. Yeah, it could have been better, this. Maybe didn't have the best angle on the pink to open them nicely. It's now a 55-minute frame, that one between Wollaston and Lei Pei Fan. They're on the last red, but as I say, it's saved by the green. So, I mean, there's a real prospect of them not finishing that match this afternoon. Wollaston, of course, came back 4-3 down against Joe Perry in the previous round. Had to finish late at night. Won 6-5 on a respot. He'll be out there as long as it takes, I guess. Walden forced to play safe, so this frame in the balance. And we're at a very interesting juncture, I think. As I say, we've got a 4-1 lead for Dave Gilbert over Julian Leclerc. We've got a 3-2 lead for Matt Selt over Zhou Yulong. 1-0 still Lei Pei Fan over Ben Wollaston. And here 4-2 Xiao Tong over Ricky Walden in what feels like a crucial frame in this match. But for the top 16, if they're tuning in right now, they're just a minute or two away from finding out who they're going to be playing at the Barbican. So, we are going to go to the studio. It's time for the first round draw for the UK Championship. Here's Rob.
We are so excited. Thank you, Dave. There is such an air of anticipation. Yes, we haven't got thousands of people here at the Mattioli, but there are some absolutely seismic players to come out of both bags. Ken, Are your nerves jangling? Because mine are.
Yeah, I mean, it is exciting, isn't it? And it's exciting for the qualifiers. It's even exciting for the seeds. You know, it's the same with the World Championship. They're always keen to know what time is the draw, who can I draw, who can I avoid, who can I get? And, yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of players watching today, surely.
Stephen, you've got the qualifiers. Ken's going to pull out the top 16. You have got some absolute hand grenades in that bag. Stuart Bingham, former world champion. Stephen Maguire, UK champion 20 years ago. There are some absolute monsters in there.
Well, we say it every year, don't we, that some of the qualifiers coming through this, the top 16 just won't want to play them, but you could make a case for everyone that we're going to put. Who's going to play who? It's just so exciting, isn't it? Because this is really starting to make it feel like the event's just around the corner.
Right, here we go. The glasses are on. We've got the draw. Ken will go first with the top 16, followed by Stephen with the qualifier.
A good shuffle.
Come on.
Right, here's the first one, the very first one. Number 15.
15, Chris Wakelin, International Championship runner-up and former shootout winner. And Chris will play...
Number 26.
26, that'll be the winner of Zhou Yulong or Matthew Selt. Matthew Selt going well at the moment. A couple of either-ors because, of course, Judgment Day Part 2 hasn't come to a conclusion yet.
Ooh, number 3.
Number 3, Judd Trump. 4 finals already this season. And, of course, who could forget that fabulous UK Championship victory in 11 over Mark Allen? And Judd will play...
Number 18.
Ooh, either Neil Robertson or Matthew Stevens.
I was just going to say Neil Robertson.
That is ridiculous.
What a bit of a match that would be.
Oh, my gosh.
Particularly after Champion of Champions last week. Wow, what a match that is. Number 14.
14, John Higgins, multiple world champion. Who could forget him making it a hat-trick of UK crowns, coming back from so far behind against Mark Williams in 2010, our last year at Telford before we returned to York. And John will play...
Number 31.
The winner of He Guoxiang and Stan Moody. Oh, wow. Their combined age is 42. John's, well, nearly 50. 49 plus bits.
OK. Number 7.
Number 7, Luca Bracel, world champion last year. Runner-up at the UK Championship a couple of years ago. And the Belgian Bullet will play...
Number 17.
Ooh, Jack Jones, world championship finalist earlier this year. That's a massive match.
Yeah. Very, very good.
That could turn on a sixpence. Brilliant encounter.
OK, must be a top seed. And number 4.
Number 4, Mark Allen. Twice a runner-up in York before he won the title against Ding in 22.
Number 29.
And he will play Jackson Page, who had a fabulous win over last year's semi-finalist Hossein Vafai yesterday.
OK, here we go. Number 9.
Number 9, Sean Murphy. Who could forget that deciding frame victory against Marco Fu all the way back in 2008? Has, of course, won the World and the Masters as well. And the Magician will play...
Number 28.
The winner of Ricky Walden and Zhao Xin Tong. Wow.
That should be a cracker.
That one's edging to a conclusion. We'll have interviews with all 4 winners this afternoon shortly.
Number 6, Rob.
Mark Williams. Still going strong. Says he's past his best, but how good was he at the Champ of Champs just last week? Willow was a 2-time UK champion, 99 and 02, and Williams will play...
Number 23.
Oh, Stuart Bingham. Wow. 2 champions of the world. That's good enough to be a final, and it's a first-round Barbican meeting. Wow. We've got some absolute monsters.
What a cracker. Ooh. Number 5 up next.
Mark Selby. Champion in 2012 and 2016, runner-up in 13, won the British Open, broke his ITV curse earlier this season, and the jester from Leicester will play...
Number 20.
Will play Jack Lazowski, semi-finalist a couple of years ago. That's a brilliant match. Again, you'd pay good money to see that as a semi or a final, and they meet in the last 32 at the Barbican.
OK, here we go. Next one out. I'm looking for some. Number 13.
13, Si Jiawei. Runner-up in Wuhan, great run to the semis of the Worlds. What a match that was against Luca Bracel back late last April. And Si Jiawei will play...
Number 25.
Will play Wu Yize, English Open finalist. Came back at Neil Robertson in that match at Brentwood.
What a match.
Brilliant all-Chinese clash, that one.
2 young Chinese players, wonderful. Next up, number 11.
Zhang Anda, International Championship winner last year. Made a run to the quarters in York as well. And he will play...
Number 30.
The winner of Ben Wollaston or Li Pei Fan.
Yeah, they're not going to play till next Thursday.
They might not be done by the events.
That one's going to take a while. That one will take a while.
Number 10 is up next.
Gary Wilson, Scottish Open and Welsh Open champion.
Number 32.
And he will play the winner of Liu Hongyu or Michael Holt. Hongyu, semi-finalist at the English last year. Michael Holt, great to have him back on tour. Former shootout winner. That was back in 2020. Where are the years going?
Okay. Oh, number 1. Numero uno.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, the youngest and oldest UK champion, the defending champion.
Who has he got?
41 ranking titles.
Who has he got, Steve?
Come on.
Number 19.
Oh, we'll play Barry Hawkins. That is a rerun of the World Championship final from 2013 and a rerun of the Masters final as well. Wow. This is ridiculous.
Next up, number 8.
Number 8, Ding Junhui. Right back to form with that victory at the International Championship. 3 times a UK winner and runner-up the last 2 years, 22 and 23.
Number 22.
And he'll play the winner of Rob Milkins against Yu Sir. They're coming up tonight. Milkman very nearly beat Ronnie O'Sullivan last year. He was in the balls and lost a decider.
There we go. Number 16.
Zhao Gudong, seeded for the first time, rising up into the world's top 16 after that brilliant win in Wuhan. He's in cracking form this year, he really is. And he will play...
Number 21.
The winner of Dave Gilbert against Julien Leclerc. Gilbert beginning to turn the screw, but these afternoon matches not yet finished. They're edging towards a conclusion.
2 to go.
2 to go. Come on, Ken.
Number 12.
Number 12, Ali Carter won the Championship League at the start of this season, his 6th ranking title.
And he will play number 24.
Oh, Ryan Day, brilliant win yesterday to book his 12th appearance at the last 32 or better at the UK Championship. Carter against Day, brilliant.
The last one, number 2.
The reigning champion du monde, Kyron Wilson, and a winner of 2 big titles already this season. And Wilson will play...
Number 27.
He will play Stephen Maguire, UK champion 20 years ago.
Cracker.
I cannot believe Ronnie O'Sullivan against Barry Hawkins in the last 32. That's massive.
Yeah. Tough match for both players, you know. They have a bit of history, of course. They played in the World Final together. Yeah, so the champion will be starting off against Barry Hawkins. Really mouth-savouring clash, that one.
Ivan Hershevitz just passes the sheet. Honestly, this is absolutely amazing. Ryan Day against Ali Carter. I like that one as well.
Yeah, brilliant ties. It was like a couple of years ago when defending champion Mark Allen drew Ding. You know, there's always going to be some big ties come up, but there's some absolutely mouth-watering clashes there, isn't there?
Okay, just a quick reminder. If you've got your pens and papers and pencils at the ready. Luca Bracel against Jack Jones. Last year's world champion against this year's runner-up. O'Sullivan against Hawkins. Zhao Gudong, he is in fantastic form this season, finally proving himself a ranking event winner against either Dave Gilbert or Julien Leclerc. Leclerc is an absolute beast, but Gilbert's in charge of that one at the moment. Murphy, a winner back in 2008 when he won that decider against Marco Fu. It looks at the moment as though it may well be Zhao Xian Tong, the champion from a few years ago, but could Ricky Walden mount the comeback? It's possible. Ding Junhui is right back to form. Excellent ranking event title earlier this season, taking his tally to 15 against either Rob Milkins or Yu Sir. They play tonight. Selby against Lazowski. Good enough to be a semi-final or a final, but they're meeting in the last 32. Carter against Ryan Day is a really good match. Si Jiahui and Wu Yize. Wu Yize had a brilliant run to the final of the English Open, and Si Jiahui also now knows what it takes to get to finals as well as semi-finals. Mark Allen against Jackson Page. What I like about that one is that Page won't be intimidated by Allen, but of course, Allen is a UK champion and one of the most prolific winners of the last few seasons, so he'll be the favourite for that one. Judd Trump against either Robertson or Stevens. That is absolutely ridiculous. Robertson and Stevens play this evening at the very end of Judgment Day Part 2. John Higgins against Stan Moody or He Guoxiang. Their combined age is 42. Higgins is nearly 50. Zhang Anda against either Ben Wollaston or Li Pei Fen. Wollaston and Li Pei Fen surely destined to finish beyond midnight. They're in the very early stages of an epic. 2 champions of the world. Willow against Stuart Bingham. Again, good enough to be a semi or a final. Guaranteed to see some big breaks there. Bracell and Jones we've already touched on. Last year's winner at the Worlds against this year's runner-up. Wilson against either Hong Yu or Michael Holt. Hong Yu and Holty yet to start. Wakelin against Yulong or Selt. Looks like it will be Matt Selt at the moment, but we can't be sure. And that last but by no means least, Ken, Wilson, reigning world champion against Stephen Maguire. And I think Maguire will fancy giving that a real go because he, in his mind, he was within a whisker of losing that 59-minute decider to Elliot Slessor. I think that one's a great match as well.
Yeah, and also because Maguire, you know, he has great history at the UK Championship. You know, he's been a past champion. He loves playing at the Barbican. And he'd be really riled up to play like, you know, the current world champion. It's sort of a match that would inspire him. And he's not afraid to play any of the big names, Maguire, and he's a big-time player. So I think that's a really tough match for Corin Wilson, as indeed a tough match for Steve Maguire, but one to really look forward to.
Oh, one amongst many. Well done, Stephen Hallworth. You did indeed pull out some serious hand grenades. Hendo, I'm not sure what your favourite match is from that incredible lineup. 1 o'clock, Saturday afternoon, O'Sullivan against Hawkins for a last 32 match. This year's Victorian Plumbing UK Champs is going to start with a bang on the very first afternoon at the Barbican. How about that?
Fantastic, and if the players want anyone to blame, we know who they are. Ken Doherty and Stephen Hallworth. Great job. Yeah, O'Sullivan, Hawkins, Corin Wilson, Stephen Maguire as well. Let's go to table 3, though, because while all that was happening, there's a really big moment in the match between Ricky Walden and Zhao Xingtong. The frame continues. As you can see, there's 6 points in it. Ricky Walden, you feel really needing to win this frame to stay in the match 4-2 down. So they've been on this brown a while. There's been various fouls and all sorts happening. Really pivotal frame, you feel, in this match overall. Zhao Xingtong looking to complete what would be a remarkable qualification. Of course, we now know he would play Shaun Murphy, the 2008 UK champion. Mark Selby, Jack Lazowski, that's another cracker. Mark Williams, Stuart Bingham. So some of the sort of form players, the big top seeded players in this tournament have got some really tough draws there. But I suspect Barry Hawkins isn't exactly punching the air either. Drawing Ronnie on the first afternoon. While that was happening as well, Lei Pei Fan did go 2-0 up on Ben Wollaston. He won an hour-long frame. Still 3-2 Matt Selt over Zhou Yulong. Still 4-1 Dave Gilbert over Julien Leclerc. We'll be across those matches shortly, but this clearly is a big moment in this match on table 3. We've had quite a few breaks in this match, but these are the frames that you feel really make the difference, and certainly at this stage it's a massive one. 5-2 or 4-3. Walden going for the brown, but where's it going to finish? He's okay. More than okay, actually. He's got him snookered. So it's about where the brown finishes here. He's playing softly. He doesn't want to nudge it over the middle, though. Is he going to reach? Not quite. Back we go. So a little bit harder. Doesn't want to nudge it over the middle. Just to say, Dave Gilbert has just won a black ball frame to lead Julien Leclerc 5-1. There's been a lot of close frames in that match, and they've all been won by Dave Gilbert. So 5-1, and he's one away from victory. And thanks to Ken and Stephen, we know that if he does come through, he's going to play Zhao Gudong. Yeah, some tasty matches to look forward to, isn't there, after that draw? And Judd Trump, Neil Robertson, or Matthew Stevens, of course, they play tonight, so Trump will be awaiting the winner of that. Barry Hawkins against Ronnie O'Sullivan. I like the Xia Wei against Wu Yize. I think, you know, for two young lads, two Chinese lads, one playing in Ding's club, one playing in Victoria's club, both really up and coming, great stars. And I'm sure they're going to have a lot of success between the both of them over the years, but that's going to be a cracker as well to savour.
I think that match will really entertain the crowd as well. I mean, some of the guys who go along may not know too much about them if they're new to snooker, but they'll soon find out. Meantime, this is a really crunch moment in this match. Walden needing brown and blue to stay in the match, really.
Yeah, what a lovely sort of escape from Xiao Xintong. The weight of the cue ball, perfect. It's not straightforward, this. I mean, he may attempt taking this brown on, because even a safety shot is not straightforward. So there's a possibility that even if he does take it on, that maybe he may get a bit of luck and may leave it safe. Played it in such a way, getting that cue ball back to this top cushion. Will he play the cross towards the green pocket here with the brown? Yeah, and hopefully into the middle of the ball cushion if it misses. Pretty good.
Matt Selt has just won frame 6 against Zhou Yulong, so 4-2 to Selt, edging closer to a place in the Barbican. Just checking the draw, he would play Chris Wakelin. Well, funny enough, I mentioned those two earlier. They once played each other in China, Selt and Wakelin. They had a re-rack in a frame with just pink and black left. Let's hope that doesn't happen again in York. It's a 9-day tournament. We don't want it to be a 10-day tournament.
Yeah. I bet the referee was happy as well. Yeah, this is a really difficult shot, this. He's got a little piece of the brown that he can see. May try and chip it over to the left-hand side cushion. Yeah, that's what but it's not hard enough, is it? I think it's a little bit light. That's exactly what he tried to do, and what a chance he's left for Zhao Xintong. Got a nice angle. He could maybe hold for the blue into the left centre. He could try and soft screw the cue ball, get it up for the blue into the right centre or into this bottom right corner pocket, but he's got to cue this nicely. Yeah, he's played it beautifully. Nice angle, I think, on the blue as well.
Well, we've had a lot of breaks in this match, but this clearly the biggest frame. It's come down to the last few balls. Can Xintong make it 5-2?
He's just got to maybe just float this pink in. Bit of pressure on it. No problem whatsoever. Beautifully played and perfect on the black.
It's a big moment, and Zhao Xintong is one frame away from qualifying for the final stages of the UK Championship. What a story. 5-2, Ricky Walden with it all to do. Now, while Ken and Steve were making the draw, there was progress on table 4. A frame finished. It's 2-0 to Lei Pei Fan, and there was, to be fair to them, there was a break of about 5 minutes. There was a scoreboard issue, but even then it was still an hour-long frame. Anyway, Ben looking to get things going here in the third frame. The winner of this one will play a Zhang Anda in York. That was nicely done. This was Lei Pei Fan. It's one of those horrible shots where you're trying to get them open and pots the pink, knocks a red in. Nasty thing to happen. As was that. That was just a miss from Ben. So, I mean, there's a real prospect, isn't there, that this, if it's close, he's going to have to come back tonight.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. What is it? Almost 20 past 3 now, and they've only played 2 frames. They've got to have the mid-session interval. So this may not be finished till 4 o'clock. That would be 3 hours for 4 frames. Oh, good shot. Very, very good. Now, there's nothing available. Maybe one red could be potable into the green pocket. That's the red as we look on the left, extreme left of the bunch. But I'm not quite sure where it goes past the yellow up into the green pocket. He's having a look now. The angle on the black doesn't look very favourable to try and disturb the reds. I think it looks pretty straight. Yeah, it must have been dead straight, so no attempt to disturb the reds, just to take the 7 points and maybe play a safety shot. Yeah, so that's the end of break. Let's go to table 1. Dave Gilbert's in. He's 5-1 up. There's been close frames in this match, but he's been winning them. Can he win the match in style and become our first qualifier here this afternoon? Yeah, Xiao Guodong, of course, awaits there. He's in the top 16 for the first time. I mean, Neil Robertson, he's not won yet tonight, obviously, but if he beats Matthew Stevens to play Judd Trump, I mean, they played in the final 4 years ago. That is a stinker for both, really. But great for the crowd.
Yes, indeed. And great for us as well to watch. A little bit of banter been going on between them since that match in the Champions last week. But of course, he's playing Matthew Stevens, a former winner of the UK Championship, beating Stephen Hendry in the final all those years ago. He will make sure that Neil Robertson doesn't have his own way in that match. It'll be a tough one for Neil Robertson as well. Dave Gilbert, I must say, you know, from the ball one in this match, Dave Gilbert has looked really good, looked confident. He's missed 1 or 2 here and there, but by and large, he's completely dominated this match. Now, can he play this nice little cannon on the reds? Lots of top spin on the cue ball. Well, no, maybe one is available. But I thought even with the one still available that he could have played into the pack of reds because it was such a big target. He's had a look at a possibility of a plant into the right centre. He's okay. He's got a nice angle on the black, but it could go wrong. But this may be Julian's only chance to get back to the table if this split doesn't work out for Dave Gilbert. If it does, well, it could be curtains, and it's not too bad. He'll settle for that.
Yeah. As long as this next red goes in, it's a serious chance. Already 40 in front. Been a few angry farmers in the news this week, haven't there? But this one may be a bit more cheerful if he can get over the line here. Without too much stress today. OK, there's been close frames, but got a really handsome lead here. Oh, the cue ball, though, is running. Nothing's ever straightforward, is it, in this game? But he's going to get him in trouble. 5-1 down, 41 down. If he leaves a red on, it's surely over. What a lovely shot. Yeah, nicely applauded by Dave Gilbert. That was a much needed escape for Julian Leclerc. But has he left the red into the yellow pocket? It looks like he's eyeing it up, Dave Gilbert. He may just have enough at the pot and angle. No problem, but the cue ball is going close to that middle pocket. Wow. More drama. Now, can Julian knock this long red in? You see the cue ball disappear. He's got one chance here. Keep his UK Championship alive. One good long pot. Well played. Well, this would be something else, wouldn't it? If he could clear up from here. Yeah, Gilbert, a little, well, anxious maybe. I mean, it's 5-1, but we've seen matches turn on just one shot before now. Leclerc's had quite a few chances, just the odd key ball missed here and there at vital stages. As I say, so many frames have been close. Yeah, it's just a matter of holding yourself together. It's all about nerve, this Dave Gilbert. Well, he's praying that he can get back to the table and get this match over and done with. But the situation of the balls, it's only the nerves will stop Julian Leclerc from cleaning up here. Well, didn't get on that black as he would have liked, so had to choose to take the more difficult route. Red into the right centre. Certainly never easy. No problem. Good shot. It's gone wrong. Yeah, poor shot. Too much right hand side on the blue. Maybe touching ball. No, pretty close, but chance missed. Well, I'll be disappointed that he wasn't able to win the frame. It's been the story of the day, really. As I say, just the odd shot. Thanks to everyone who's been watching across the World Snooker Tour social media platforms. 2.4 million so far. Fantastic. That's just incredible, isn't it? The figure. It really is. Wonderful. Thanks to everybody who's tuned in. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to go too far back, 20 years or so. You know, unless you attended the qualifiers, you basically waited for CFAX, didn't you, to update the scores? We've come a long way, Ken. Yes. I remember one fella said to me, he says he was delighted to see his name on CFAX for the first time when he came into the snooker club the next day. He says, do you know something? He says, you can't record CFAX. So he tried to record CFAX on the old VHSs and wasn't able to, and sort of gave the game away. Well, he got some stick, I tell you. The world has moved on. The world has moved on, yeah. Can Gilbert move on in this tournament? That'll do. Lovely kiss on the pink. Holds his hand up, but he won't feel guilty. No. What a delightful kiss. He had to avoid the middle pocket here and didn't get into the cue ball enough, but that was a beautiful little kiss off the pink. Perfect on the green.
Yeah, and that's going to be game, set and match, you would feel. Brown and blue required, but shouldn't be a problem.
No, and it's going to be another heavyweight qualifier, isn't it? We saw 8 come through yesterday. Zhao Guodong awaits Dave Gilbert if he can knock this blue in. And there have been a lot of close frames. I'm sure he would accept that, but he has been the stronger in them. Just the odd shot here and there from Leclerc cumulatively over the course of the afternoon have made a difference. So our first qualifier on day 2 of Judgment Day is Dave Gilbert. He marches on to the Barbican in York with a 6-1 victory over Julien Leclerc. Now then, can Zhao Xingtong join him? He's 5-2 up and 44-0 up as we pick it up here. We just saw that big 7th frame that he won. We'll hear from Dave in due course. Xingtong just not quite on a red as intended here. But he's keeping the break going. Sean Murphy awaits. Now, of course, it's interesting, isn't it? Remember a few years ago, Sean Murphy played Si Jia Wei, who was an amateur, wasn't he? He wasn't happy that he was in it. Well, Zhao Xingtong's an amateur as well.
He got a lot of stick about that, didn't he, Murphy? Amateurs. Oh, what a shot this is. Look at this for a shot. Oh, he's unlucky. He's very unlucky. Oh, I thought it was going to be an in-off. He may still have a pot on one of these reds into the left corner, but beautiful pot in the brown. Oh, that's just so good. It's such a difficult shot, that.
He's an amateur in name only. I mean, he was number 6 in the world, wasn't he, before he was suspended? He's a proper talent, this lad, and he's proven it again here. What a thing to do, to come into this event after a couple of years away. Well, that's gone wrong this time. I was just sort of starting to wrap things up, but not over the line yet. But yeah, he's come from the first qualifying round. It's worth seeing this shot again, but just not able to continue the break, it would seem. Well, I say that, you never know with him, but surely it's over now. So that break has ended. It's a good time then to go to the studio and hear from Dave Gilbert. He's talking live to Rob Walker.
Dave, many congratulations. You are through to a 7th UK Championship, last 32 or better. Brilliantly done against the Belgian beast.
I wouldn't say brilliantly. You know, Julien had a bad day and a rough day. You know, he struggled, and I played terrible, but I just kept nicking frames. So yeah, but I'm over the moon to be through. Don't get me wrong.
And it'll be a great occasion. We know how you tend to thrive under the bright lights and spotlight. We saw that at the World Championship just a few months ago. You certainly won't be intimidated by the big stage. You'll be looking forward to it.
Yeah, I always love York. I've always played horrendously there. I've never really had a run at all. But I'm looking forward to going back and having a go over. I don't know what you're going to tell me in a minute, who I've got and when. So hopefully you tell me Tuesday night so I can actually practice for once.
Right, I don't know. I'll see if the guys in my ear can tell me when the match is. It's Zhao Guodong. You've got Zhao Guodong, but I can't remember exactly when he's scheduled to play. So he's in decent form, but you'll take some confidence into that one. And there's an added little bit of spice from his point of view there, because there's a big battle going on to qualify for the Masters. So if he loses that match against you, obviously he'll get the money, but he won't get the ranking points. So he's got a lot on the line in that match against you.
Hey, listen, I don't think he's feeling pressure at the minute, is he? He's won about 6 million in the last few weeks, hasn't he? So he's playing well. I beat him in the World Qualifier, actually, and that's when I started to play well again. So hopefully I can play well and beat him again and get another run going.
And how close are you to recapturing what you feel would be top form?
I'm miles away, yeah, I'll be honest with you. I've not played for a month. I've had Andy with me for the last week, and he's fuming with me because I've had a new cue. It's an amazing cue off John Paris, so thanks to John. But I just haven't hit enough balls, you know. I've not really had the love for it lately, Rob, sadly. But I am looking forward to York. It's a great place and a great venue. Hopefully that rekindles something.
No, and you'll get a brilliant reception, as you always do. Well done, Dave. We will see you on the bright lights and the spotlight of the York Barbican. Well done, fella.
Cheers, Rob.
Good stuff. Cheers, mate.
Yes, well done to Dave. And we've got 7 more names to be revealed, of course, throughout the course of the day. Ricky Walden hanging on against Zhou Yulong. It's 63-0 now to Zhou. And as you can see, Ricky in trouble here. Just cannot afford to leave a red on, otherwise it's over.
Yeah, and considering Zhao Xintong was 2-0 down in this match, I mean, how well has he turned that around?
Just to say, Ben Wollaston has won the 3rd frame against Lei Pei Fan, so it's 2-1 to Lei Pei Fan. Get the midnight oil ready for tonight, because it looks like they'll be coming back.
Needs a bit of luck here when he hits this red. Well, I don't think he's on the red behind the black, so it's actually not too bad. That he's on 1 red, the second below the black, but it's certainly not easy. He won't be wanting to risk that. He may sort of keep the red on the right hand side cushion. Cue ball back to balk. Try and get that cue ball even behind the green, maybe. Oh, this looks... Even if he hits the green, it wouldn't be too bad, because he'd be knocking it towards that ball cushion. Yeah, Ricky hanging on by a thread here. That's unlucky. That's not going to help Ricky's situation, knocking that brown safe.
Let's just briefly jump onto table 2, because Zhou Yulong with a chance to steal a frame against Matt Selt. He was ahead Selt and looking for 5-2 himself, but look at this. Zhou Yulong 6 behind on the brown. He's seen a lot of his compatriots from China doing really well in the last year. He wants a piece of that action himself, of course. So the pink, 4-3, and this could be a very tight finish yet. Yeah, nicely done, and just 1 in it there. Meanwhile, Ricky Walden, he's potted a long red, and just as we pick it up, he's missed a black, so he's left the chance Zhao Xintong needs. He's already 62 in front. This is surely the end. Ricky Walden wrapping his cue on the table there.
Yeah, and what a, as I said, what a performance. Played 4 matches this week, Zhao Xintong. He's won 2 Q Tour events, knocking in 2 147s, made a 146 this week.
8.
Such a prodigious talent. Got a wild card into this event. He's played beautifully, and he will play Sean Murphy in the Barbican next week. And what a match that will be. Mouth-watering prospect.
Yes, it's only 3 years since he became UK champion, and we weren't quite sure when we heard he was coming back for the Q Tour what sort of fettle he'd be in. He soon answered those questions, winning, as Ken says, those events, making the maximums. He made a 146 in qualifying here. Just sort of cut a swathe through the 4 matches that he's won. He's going to be dangerous for sure against Sean Murphy in York.
28.
So Zhao Tong back from suspension and back at the Barbican. He's won 4 matches to qualify for the final stages of the UK Championship. What a story. Little pat on the back there from Ricky Walden, who made a great start to the match. But Xing Tong finished very strongly, and he's a real danger to everybody in York when the event gets underway in the televised phase on Saturday. Sean Murphy awaits Zhao Tong, a 6-2 winner. So Dave Gilbert through, Zhao Tong through, and we're going to go to table 4 now. It might be a while before we find out whether it's Ben Wollaston or Lei Pei Fan, but here we are live in frame 4, not even at the interval yet here. They did have a re-rack in frame 1 with just 2 reds left, and then frame 2 there was a bit of a delay with a scoreboard issue, but also it's been pretty scrappy overall. But it's a big match for both. Ben has been, you know, he's had a bit of ill health last few years. Lei Pei Fan, of course, another relative newcomer from China. That's okay, he's on a red.
19.
Just 6 names still to join that final draw. Some big matches tonight. Of course, Neil Robertson knows if he beats Matthew Stevens, he's got Judd Trump. Zhu Se, of course, got to the semis of the International Championship just a couple of weeks ago. He's up against the Milkman, Robert Milkins, He Guo Chang, Stan Moody, a couple of youngsters. And Michael Holt, of course, back on tour, having been relegated a couple of years ago, up against Lu Hongyu.
Yeah, nice little split. It's not too bad. 1 red into the left corner.
26.
Oh, that needs to slow down. That needs to hold up. As long as it holds up just before the baulk line. Just gone by it. Still cuttable though, the green. Certainly a lot more acute than he would have liked. Would he take the long blue on? This would be, wow, very missable. But it's a shot that the players would practice quite a bit. Christ, good cueing. A little bit of body movement there, wasn't there?
Well, there's a long way to go here, but Zhao Tong has qualified. We can hear from him now. He's with Rob Walker.
Well, Zhao Tong has won 4 matches to make it back to the Barbican, the main draw, the scene of your greatest triumph so far in 2021. Congratulations. How much have you missed all this over the last 2 years?
I'm so missed. Yeah, because I'm 2 years no play the tournament from here, and now I'm come back. So I just want to enjoy the tournament and do my best.
Were you worried that practicing alone wouldn't get you back to the standard that won you the UK title 3 years ago? Were you concerned that it would be a much more difficult transition to come back?
Yes, I think it's much different because this is much important for me now because I like it. I like the snooker, so I need to come back. So I need I will try my best in the practice, and I will do my best.
And your scoring has been phenomenal. As Ken Doherty just said in commentary, you've had 2 maximums on the Q Tour, and you've had a 1-4-6 already this week in Leicester. And the highest break here also counts towards the Barbican. So it's possible, unless someone has a 1-4-7, you could end up with the highest break in York. Have you been pleased about how your scoring has come back so quickly?
Yeah, these 2 years I still practice, and I still got a feel, and I just want to come back the tournament and come back the snooker table and do my best and try. And so that maximum, I think, is if I play well, it's no problem. Yeah.
Do you think you will savour and enjoy snooker more now that you've been forced to miss it for 2 years? Does it make you love it even more now that you are back?
Yeah, I think so. So I will enjoy that.
And you've got Sean Murphy a UK champion as well. So two former UK champions meeting in the last 32. What a brilliant match that's going to be, you and Sean.
He's a very good player, and yeah, everybody know, and he can put everything also. So yeah, I will try my best.
Well, brilliant win today. We will see you at the Barbican where you won the title 3 years ago. Zhao Xian Tong will be in the mix at the Barbican after an excellent victory from 2-0 down against Ricky Walton. His opponent will be Sean Murphy. And the drama continues, Hendo, as we edge towards the conclusion of the first half of Judgment Day Part 2.
Yes, indeed. And Matt Selt was looking good for 5-2. It's 4-3, but he's 27-0 up as we join it here on table 3, or table 2 actually, live. Just 2 matches left on, of course, in this session. And this looks like a lovely shot. Yeah, he's got plenty of cue power. Used it there beautifully. Split the reds. Look at that, perfect on the black. Probably felt he was disappointed losing that last frame. 5-2 lead would have been substantial. So he's got to go back and graft again, start fresh and dust himself down. Nothing better doing that than making a nice break in the next. Putting every ounce of concentration into this break. Nice touch. Just holding the cue ball for that red at the bottom of the little bunch, that little line of 3 just below the pink. Such a very steady and consistent performer, isn't he? I mean, you don't see him. I know he has won one tournament, hasn't he? He won out in India, his first ranking tournament. Was one and only. That would have been a big thing for him, but he sort of, you know, he can beat some good players, and then, you know, you might not see him for a few tournaments, go sort of missing a little bit. Yeah, and it's very hard to be consistent when you're coming up against so many quality players before the venue, never mind at the venue. You know, I mean, Zhou Yulong is a tough draw to get in the final round of qualifying, but he scored well today, Selt. And this is an important visit, having not closed out the last frame. You can really see him focusing hard here. He was a quarter-finalist at York in 2015 in the UK Championship. This red next to the pink. Just got to play a little cannon on the pink here, just to push the cue ball through for the black. A little bit short, but he's still okay. Black, red and colour still required. It's gone a little bit wide with the cue ball. Yeah, he doesn't like it. Got a red into the corner, red into the right centre. May play the red into the corner, run the cue ball back up towards the bulk area. Only needs a red in the colour, don't forget. Oh, but that is poor. He's sort of playing it with sort of safety in mind, and yeah, he won't be happy with that at all. No, particularly having lost a close frame, the one just gone. It'd be a bit of a mental test, were he to lose this one. 65 in front, 75 still on. Two tables, as you can see, still going. Ben Wollaston 2-1 down to Lei Pei Fan, and 14 behind, as you can see in that frame. So they're sort of crawling towards the interval. just looking at table 2 there, you feel he's got to take this red on. If he pots it, gets on the black, well, he's got a wonderful chance to steal the frame. Nice shot there from Ben Wollaston just to knock that red into a potable position to the left centre. So here we go. Is he taking it on? Show you long. Maybe not. No. Doesn't like it, but may regret that. If that match on table 4 doesn't end 6-5, I'll feel shortchanged. I mean, it just seems destined, doesn't it, to go the distance. 40 points all in frame 4. I bet the referee is looking forward to the mid-session interval as well. At least he's been standing on his feet all day. At least the lads can sit down. Good pot from Zhu Long. Oh, he's missed the red. And he's left it, has he? I think he has. Actually like the split screen here, David. That was it's not a bit different to commentate on. Oh my goodness, what's happened there? Well, if it does make it to 5 each, it's going to be a long time, judging by what's happening there. It's been very scrappy, yeah, and maybe the focus has gone a little bit. I mean, they've been out there a while, haven't they, already? Talking nearly 3 hours since the match began. Zhou Yulong forced into taking this brown on. Is certainly far from easy, but if he gets it, he has a chance. Oh, just missed it. What has he left? I don't think he's left anything but a little snooker. Matt Selt just roll up right next to the pink. Good snooker on all reds here. Yeah. Yeah, no latitude at all. If he leaves a red on, then he's 5-3 down. Show you long, that is. And the cue's come down again. He's not happy at the moment. So already 68 in it with 67 on. That's bad enough, but if Selt can knock this in, then it's surely 5-3 to him. Yeah, but he's got to be careful. He's got to make sure that the red goes in. If it doesn't, only one snooker required. Just drop it in. No attempt to play on a colour here. Yeah, no problem. So 5-3 you would feel for Matt Selt. 2 up with a possible 3 to play, and he's conceded. Yeah, so 5-3, and as Ken says, looking good for Selt. We'll go to table 4 then. Look at this, 40 each. 2-1 to Lepe Fan. 2 reds remain in frame 4. The only good news, if they do have to come back tonight, Ben can actually go home, can't he? Between sessions, he lives so close. It's not like he's hanging around the venue. He'll be given a time by which he will need to return, of course, by the tournament director. But at least he can get out of that sort of tournament headspace. That's what happened the other day. He was 4-3 down to Joe Perry when they were taken off. Had to come back late at night. He won 6-5 on a respotted black. So he's doing it the hard way in this tournament. Oh, well, that's finished okay in terms of covering the red in bulk. Lepe Fan, by the way, he beat Tom Ford 6-5, another Leicester man in the last round. He made a century in the deciding frame.
Yeah, Ken, you go. Sure, yeah.
Stephen Hallworth has returned. What's the longest match you've ever played, Stephen?
Not as long as this. I can't remember, actually. I never seem to be involved in long affairs. I play quite an attacking game. Anyway, I think I'll probably lose patience by now. Definitely nowhere near as long as this one is going to be, that's for sure. Sometimes the game, it can be quite punishing though, can't it? You know, you try and get in a bit of rhythm out there, but sometimes the balls dictate how the frames go, and you know, the first frame is usually a good indicator, and the first frame seemed to take forever. Obviously they had the re-rack, and since then it's just been a bit of a struggle for both.
Okay, well, we'll come back to this in due course, but still a way to go in this frame. But Matt Selt, of course, needing 1 to beat Zhou Yulong, and he's already in frame 9, so this is his first chance to get it won.
Played good, Matt Selt. He scored well again, as he often does. He used his vast experience. Zhou Yulong feels like he's just been clinging on to Matt Selt today. Matt got off to a very good start to go 3-1 at the interval. That's just been fending him off the whole afternoon and looking to go out with a bang here.
Yeah, I mean, Zhou Yulong made an 83 in the first, then Selt made 97, 88, 52. He's made 65 and another 65 since, so he has been doing the heavy hitting.
Good chance to get into the reds in a few moments' time, Matt, if he can land himself low or high on the black. He's got a free shot into the reds, with that one being slightly detached to the left, one near the middle. He may not play it here though. Just building a lead. Ideally, when you're going into the reds, it's always worth trying to keep a loose one out. Almost like as a little bit of insurance to land on it should the split not go as planned, but Matt just happy enough for the time being, although that's a very poor shot. Maybe just potted that red a little bit thin, which meant the cue ball went further into that red, and now this is a big stretch. Just wanted to drift past that red at the back of the pack and leave himself the angle on this black. He's got an angle, but it isn't one that he wanted.
It's not impossible. We could have 3 matches finished before they reach the interval on table 4. It's still on with 2 reds, sorry, 1 red remaining there. Lepe Fan 10 in front. 50 plays 40 against Ben Wollaston. Seem to be doing their best to get colours on cushions as well. But anyway, it's been that sort of match. The red is actually on in that frame for Lepe Fan. He's now 15 in front because Wollaston's just fouled, so he may be going 3-1. This match yet to finish because Selt has not potted that one. He wasn't ideal on it.
It was very tight as to whether he could even pot that red. He obviously felt he could because of where he's left the cue ball, but I wasn't all that convinced. Yulong now playing an attacking safety shot, bringing more reds into play, needs a good cue ball. Well, Yulong having a look at these 2 reds closest together. They may be close to a plant, but he can't get to them direct because of the single red. So if he feels they are close, first of all he needs to make sure he doesn't leave Matthew Selt the chance to play that shot. This is quite often what you see from a player that's playing Matthew Selt, them stood at the balk end pondering what to do. He quite often gets his opponents in trouble with something to think about.
Well, Lepe Fan, meantime, needs the brown here to effectively go 3-1 up. It's taken a long time to get to this point. In it goes, though. So, barring snookers, it should be 3-1. But let's go back to table 2. Where Zhou Yulong may have played his last shot. Just look at the leave he's left here for Matt Selt. He's hard worker, Selt. You always see him on the practice table, and it'll mean a lot to be amongst it at York. Chris Wakelin awaits. Of course, I guess the one advantage Selt might have there is it's Wakelin's first tournament as a seed, so he's got to get used to that. You know, it's a different, after all the years where he's been qualifying, he's now kind of one to be shot at. It's not to say he won't get used to it, but it is a new feeling for him. So if you're looking for sort of reasons why Selt might come through that one, that could be one, but we'll see. We'll see in a few days' time. Assuming he gets over the line here, of course. Confirmed 3-1 Lei Pei Fan, so he and Ben Williston off for their interval.
And off for a lie down.
Well, Ben Williams, we should mention him, he's the referee, and he's going to have a 5-minute sit down, I would have thought, unless he just flees the venue.
Flee the country.
Yeah, I mean, there are spare officials, aren't there? You know, it could be a case that someone else emerges for the second half, we'll see. But anyway, Matt Selt, didn't care about any of that. He's here with a great chance now to put this away. I think he's played well today. We'll hear what he thinks later if he does come through, but I think he'll be satisfied enough with his performance. It's a tough match against Zhou Yulong, who's, we said at the start of play, you know, has got a good record against Selt.
Yeah, he's a very strong player, isn't he, Matthew Selt? And I think Chris Wakelin has certainly got a game on his hands in York. Matt Selt, by his own admission, hasn't been at the latter stages of big events as much as he would have liked over his career. And there's still time, of course. He's still playing to a very good level. Very difficult to beat.
26.
Well, he leads by 71 with a possible 67 on. He'd like one more red and then it should be match over. So this is the one really to send him to the Barbican in York. And in it goes. All the pressure can now lift from his shoulders. Two good wins actually. Beat Aaron Hill 6-2 in the last round. And now Zhou Yulong 6-3 here. Unless there's some extraordinary recovery involving a lot of snookers. That's not going to be happening, clearly.
31.
Well, Zhou Yulong's not going to make him play that shot. He's conceded. So Matt Selt becomes our third qualifier this afternoon and our 11th overall for the last 32 of the UK Championship. He's beaten Zhou Yulong 6-3. He'll play Chris Wakelin at the Barbican in York in a few days' time. Yeah, at one point when Zhou Yulong got back to 4-3, it could have been that went pretty tight, pretty long, but he'd be happy with the way he's pulled away. And now he's having a little look at Zhou Yulong's cue for whatever reason. Stephen and Ken made the draw earlier on, and we were all waiting to see who was going to come out, and this is what happened. Ronnie O'Sullivan will start on Saturday against Barry Hawkins. Of course, he's played Barry in a World Final, in a Masters Final. Now he's going to play him on day one at the UK Championship. Dave Gilbert, of course, beat Julian Leclerc, so he'll play Xia Guodong. Xiao Xingtong beat Ricky Walden to play Sean Murphy. What a story for him to come through that one. Ding plays Robert Milkins or Zhu Se. Mark Selby against Jack Lazowski. Ali Carter, Ryan Day. Sijal Wee Woo and Mark Allen, Jackson Page. We'll keep that top half on the screen. Stephen, what's your sort of standouts there?
Well, Ronnie Barry Hawkins is obviously the standout match. Going to be kick-starting the UK Championships in York. That one's going to be absolutely box office. But Sean Murphy, Zhao Xingtong is a very interesting match. Both so attacking, and Sean Murphy has certainly got his hands full with Xingtong. Mark Selby, Jack Lazowski as well. That's a very interesting game. Complete contrasts of styles there. Who's going to come through that one? And Sijia Wee Woo Yeezer as well, another one. Both very talented Chinese players, young players as well. So yeah, so many great games.
And if we can go down the second half, some cracking matches as well in the remainder of this draw. Here we go. So, I mean, look at that one. Judd Trump against Neil Robertson or Matthew Stevens. Now, Robertson isn't through yet, but if he does come through, that's a repeat of the 2020 final. And just last week they played at the Champion of Champions. There was various chatting about who had the luck there and all the rest of it, but that is one to savour. John Higgins is going to play a youngster, either Ergo Chang or Stan Moody, because they're up tonight. Zhang Anda will play Ben Wollaston or Lei Pei Fan. Mark Williams, Stuart Bingham, two more big hitters there. Mark, of course, Champion of Champions winner, two former world champions there. Luca Brissell, now he's under pressure to win his first match because of the end of season rankings, and he's got Jack Jones, the highest ranked qualifier, at 17, of course, Crucible runner-up last season. Gary Wilson will play Michael Holt or Lu Hongyu. Chris Wakelin, of course, we know will play Matt Sell. And then what a cracker there. Kyron Wilson, the world champion, been in brilliant form this season. He's won 2 ranking events already, but he's got Stephen Maguire. Now, we know that Maguire is a form man, really, in the UK Championship. Won it 20 years ago. Has been in 2 more finals. Only Ronnie O'Sullivan and Stephen Hendry have made more centuries in the UK Championship. And he loves playing the top players, loves the big occasion. So Kyron Wilson, for all the good form he's had, I think he would see that as a very tough assignment. So that's the draw. As I say, I mean, if it is Trump Robertson, that's got to be the standout match. But there's a lot of great matches to look forward to. And of course, it all starts on Saturday. There's still tickets available at the Barbican. Several sessions sold out, but it's a great atmosphere to be part of and a great city to visit at any time of the year, but certainly just before Christmas. They have the Christmas markets. So if you do have a few days to spare next week, check out the World Snooker Tour website, wst.tv/tickets. Tickets still available, not only for next week, but also for tournaments going forward. Of course, we're back here in Leicester for the shootout. Looking forward to tonight as well. Our final session, the Milkman will be in action, of course. Robert Milkins against Zhu Se, who was a semi-finalist just a couple of weeks ago at the International Championship. Stan Moody, a lot of interest in him, just 18. He plays, well, I suppose a veteran at the age of 24, Go Chang. I was very impressed with Moody in his last round against Pang Zhengzhou. He looked good there and definitely has taken a few steps forward this season. Looking a real prospect, but can he make it into the final stages to take on John Higgins, no less, the 3 times UK champion? So that's all to come, but right now Matt Sell can pack his case for York. He's qualified. Let's hear what he has to say about his 6-3 win over Zhou Yulong. He's with Rob.
Excellent win, Matthew, it really was. And you must be over the moon that you're on the big time again at the Barbican. I think that's the 7th time you'll have made the last 32 or better at a UK Champs.
Wonderful. Yeah, no, it's it's obviously great to get through. York's my favourite venue. I love playing at the Barbican, and it's just such a big event. It was a good win. I don't think I beat Zhu before, so yeah, very happy with that.
And it follows a very comprehensive victory over Aaron Hill as well. So you've put a couple of really good match wins together here in Leicester.
Yeah, I have, and they were 2 completely different performances as well. Against Aaron, I just tried to, use my safety and my knowledge to basically freeze him out of the game, but I knew that wouldn't work today. And luckily enough, my scoring boots were on early doors. I got a bit nervous towards the end, I'm not going to lie. I had a couple of great chances. I probably should have won that game 6-1, 6-2. So to get through 6-3 after missing a couple of good chances is always nice to have the next opportunity after you've messed up.
We've spoken a few times on Judgement Day. Happily, most of those occasions have been winning ones, either UK Judgement Day or the Worlds. And you've said before, look, I should have got to the latter stages of these big events more often. But I tell you what, when you're in the mood and you're in the groove, you're a great match player.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. It's a funny situation I find myself in at the minute. I'm playing really well. All you got to do is check the breaks and see how I'm doing this season. Only one game I've been absolutely mauled, and that was in China after coming off a bad defeat in the international qualifiers. But overall, I'm very happy. I know we talk about when we've spoken, it must get boring. But I had a conversation with my coach yesterday, the day before, Chris Henry, and I'm like, Chris, this is starting to wind me up. Like, I feel like I'm playing really well, and you just go back through my score sheets and I watch games back, and I just can't really pinpoint what it is. I seem to be scoring a lot heavier this year than I ever done and last year, and obviously my safety game's always going to be there. If it's good, I'm going to freeze people out. But it's an anomaly to me to why I'm not saying go and win tournaments and stuff regular, but I look at where I'm ranked and And I'm just like, I don't really understand what's going on. But, ultimately I'm not winning enough matches. I need to work out why that is. But, like you say, if I'm on, I feel comfortable. I don't fancy anyone beating me. It's just a shame I keep running to Judd pretty much every other tournament. But, I'll get him at some point.
And look, the game is hard. Anthony McGill, by all accounts, is practicing brilliantly at the moment. And he's, I think at some points this season, he's experienced similar frustrations where he's suddenly going like, why can't I do it in the match table when I'm putting in hours and hours of dedication? It's not an easy sport, this, and you guys pick up a few scars along the way, and it will make the good moments all the better when you get there.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head a little bit there. It's the game is, we're all at our own level. We know what we can all do, but I think that the standard of snooker outside the top 20 in the world over the last 2 years has gone astronomically high in terms of what it was a decade ago. I was there a decade ago, and I look around now and you look at the top 64, maybe a little bit higher, top 50, and every one of them people, every one of them could fight for definitely 32 and maybe 16. You've seen a couple of runs the last couple of years, Wakeling, Gadong, and Zhang. They were just hovering around. It takes one good week and one good performance, which everybody is capable of. So the game is hard. The standard's getting better, which makes it harder. So, maybe that's why.
You just mentioned, no, that's good answer, good insight there from a seasoned pro. You mentioned Chris Wakeling, rather apt. You've got Chris in the last 32.
They just told me in the office I got Chris, so I'm looking forward to playing that game. We shared a club for 5 years. We had one best of 7 in that time, but Chris he's a really improved player, and very fierce competitor. So I'm looking forward to getting down to business.
And I can't wait to introduce you. I can't believe it's 9 years since you made that excellent run to the quarters. 2015. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago, does it? But you never know. So great things can happen for you at the Barbican.
We'll see. Cheers, Rob.
Well done.
Thanks,
well done,
Rob.
Matthew.
Appreciate it.
So Matthew Selt is safely through to the last 32 at the Barbican. He's heading off for a cup of tea. Here's a quick clarification as to everyone else currently there and those still vying to get in the hot seat. Ronnie O'Sullivan against Barry Hawkins. 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon. And the match on the other table, Sean Murphy against Zhao Xin Tong. So much interest and intrigue in that one. 2 former champions. And of course, the big talking point is Zhao Xin Tong coming back from his enforced absence. 2 maximums on the Q Tour and a 146 that could end up as the highest break in the Victorian Plumbing UK Championship, because the breaks here do count towards the very end of the championship. Selby and Lazowski's good enough to be a final, if not a semi-final. We'll keep on talking about these. Stephen Hallworth has come in to join me. Do you know one particular match I'm looking forward to, Stephen? Si Xiaohui against Wu Yize. I was so impressed with Wu Yize in the English Open final because Robertson was en route to absolutely annihilating him, and he dug in and he very, very nearly got all the way back to a decider in that final. And Si Xiaohui's made a final this season. I think that all-Chinese clash between those 2 youngsters could be very, very, very entertaining and high-scoring.
Me too. Both very, very talented young players, aren't they? And as you say, the Wu Yize's run to the final in the English Open, had he not have been so far behind in that first session, it was probably the best single performance from a young player, having come back from such a deficit in the way that he did. That's going to be a cracker.
Judd Trump against Robertson or Stevens. And of course, all credit, everyone's going to look, oh my God, imagine if it was Neil Robertson. Well, imagine if it was Matthew Stevens, because he won the UK crown in 2003. He's been a runner-up at the Worlds a couple of times and he's won the Masters as well. Fascinating youth against experience. Higgins against either Guo Xiang or Stan Moody. Zhang Andrew against Ben Wollaston or Li Peifen. Williams against Bingham. I think that one might be Tuesday afternoon. What a delicious break-building bonanza that could be.
Easy for you to say. no, what a tie that is. Mark Williams off the back of that champion of champions. He is just an absolute genius in his own right, isn't he? He's getting better with age. Stuart Bingham, he's so reliable at these Judgement Day qualifiers. He played some really nice stuff yesterday. Came through 6-0 against Jimmy Robertson. Made light work of a very, very good player. That one's not to be missed.
Jones, on current form this season, Jones has got to be the favourite against Bracell, surely. And that match is massive for Bracell because, as we all know, last 32 appearances for the last 16, yes, they get the money, but they don't get the points. So he's only going to start moving up on the list at the end of the season, comfortably into the top 64, if he ends up winning that match against Jack Jones. He's under massive pressure now.
Huge, yeah, and it's the same for all the seeded players at York, isn't it? You know, that they've all got to win that match to get the ranking points, but in particular, Luca Brissell, he's in trouble in where he is in the rankings. You know, a couple of seasons ago, he was at the pinnacle, at the top of the sport, and now he's having to win matches to pretty much stay on tour, looking like come the end of the season. So Jack Jones is a very, very tough match for him.
Alan against Jackson Page. I like that one because, of course, Alan will be the favourite. He's been one of the most prolific winners of the last few seasons, and it wasn't until his third time of asking that he won the UK final and thoroughly deserved a wonderful comeback against Ding Junhui after missing out in a couple of finals, the first of which was 11 when he lost out, was it 10-8 or 10-7 to Judd Trump. But Jackson Page won't be intimidated by Mark, and he'll give him a good game, I reckon.
He will, yeah. He's a young, hungry... It feels like he's been around forever, Jackson Page, doesn't it? Still so young, but like you say, he never shies away from these big occasions, and he himself has said that he relishes the chance of taking on these big boys in the arena. Mark Allen has changed his game almost over the last couple of seasons, where he's now become such a solid winner, where he's gone right to the top of the sport. Jackson Page, though, he'll stay aggressive and he'll stay positive, and yeah, another game is going to be so difficult to predict.
They're all going to be absolutely amazing, and we haven't even had time, really, to analyse Kyron Wilson against Stephen Maguire, which will be absolutely sensational. Well, Zhang Anda lies in wait on Tuesday night for the winner of Lei Pei Fan or Ben Wollaston, and it looks for all the world, where are we now, 4:22 local time, wherever you are in the world, it does look as though this one is a ripe candidate for being pulled off early and coming back late tonight. Big prize on the line to take on Zhang Anda on Tuesday night. They're edging, and I mean edging tantalisingly close to the middle part of the match. They've only just come back from their mid-session interval. Hendo, hope you've had plenty of pasta and Weetabix. This is going to be a marathon.
It seems that way, yeah. The only way I think it can finish now in this session is if Lei Pei Fan does pull away and win 6-1. His highest break, you know, is only 32, but he's 3-1 up. Ben Wollaston's at a 59, but the fact that Lei is 3-1 up, maybe this is the time where he finds a bit of fluency. He's already had to win 3 matches. He beat young Vladislav Gradinari 6-0, Hamad Mir 6-2, and Tom Ford 6-5. And what was significant about that, apart from it was a great win, was when it went 5-all, he made a century. So it's a great way to win it. So that's the way. The only way it's going to end in this session is if he pulls away to win 6-1. There's still time to do that, but I guess by about 6 o'clock, the tournament directors will start thinking about giving them one more frame to play only. Well, he's really got into the white there, and he's just continued running. So he's having to get the rest out. Sort of slightly eerie feeling now. Obviously, no other matches on, so the clicking of the balls from the other tables has been silenced, and it's just the focus on these two. But so far, and it's still early, this is a much cleaner frame than some of the others. Balls went awkward, there were mistakes, and that all contributed to it taking basically 3 hours to get to the interval. Never doubted Ben Williams. He is back out in the middle. And there are 2 exits from this building, so he knew he could have left either one, but he's a great pro, of course.
I think there's probably only one smug official in the building, and it'd be Ben's wife, Tatiana, because she's not allowed to officiate this match. Although I have seen it, so she is watching somewhere.
The concern for Wollaston certainly is if Lei Pei Fan starts to step up the scoring, because then it could end up being actually quite a comfortable win in terms of the scoreline. Well, from our angle, it looks like he's on the red. He's having a look, though, from the pocket. I think he is on it.
Yeah, played a nice aggressive shot there. Lei Pei Fan was hoping to have landed a little bit nicer than he has. He got some reds moving, but he lost the cue ball a fraction. This has been much better, though, this contribution so far. I think the interval probably came at a good time for both players, really, just to get out of the cauldron of intensity that this arena can provide at times. I'd like to think that both players went to the practice room just to hit some balls to try and get a little bit of rhythm going, try and get their arm going once again. But in all honesty, they probably went for a sit down upstairs and a cup of tea, because no doubt they were well ready for one. Well, that red's not in, so that break of 43 was looking pretty good up until the split that didn't quite go to plan.
Yes, I mean, it's actually his highest break of the afternoon, but clearly wanted a lot more.
And what we were saying earlier about how the balls can dictate the tempo of a game. Look at where that red has come to rest, having missed it. That could have gone anywhere. It's gone right behind the green and left nothing for Ben to go at. So, again, another situation, possible bit of a stalemate. Neither player is going to play safe up into the balk area now. This is exactly what it means when we say the balls can decide how the game is going to unfold.
Trying to make something happen, but didn't really get into the meat of the reds there, just sort of flicked off one, and a little bit of a grimace from Ben Wollaston. And we're going to be back to the safety. Remember, tonight we've got our last 4 matches. Really looking forward actually to Stan Moody, He Guochang. He Guochang, the Rookie of the Year last season on the World Snooker Tour Awards. Stan has definitely improved this season, getting good results. Michael Holt, he had a horrible first round match to get through, but he got through that against Stephen Hallworth. He won 2 more and back on tour this season. He's got another young Chinese player, Lu Hongyu. Robert Milkins always good to watch against Yu Sir, who's playing good stuff. And, of course, Neil Robertson, Matthew Stevens. I mean, Neil Robertson, he's got to kind of do better than Zhao Guodong in this tournament, in theory. But if he beats Matthew Stevens, he plays Judd Trump. Now, it could be... We're talking about the Masters, getting back in the top 16 for the Masters. If Zhao Guodong lost his first-round match to Dave Gilbert, he wouldn't get points, so that would be in Robertson's favour. But it could be he's got to qualify and then beat Trump to get in the Masters. He did beat him, though, didn't he, at the Champion of Champions? This is the problem, though. If you drop out the top 16, you know, you're going to draw one of the big hitters. And he's drawn the world #1. If he qualifies, he's not through yet.
Yeah, Matthew has played some really nice snooker this week. He had a good game against Martin O'Donnell in the previous round. Started very well in that match, and Martin doing what he always does and tries to grind you down and get on top of you, but Matthew Stevens having none of it. That'll be a tough game for Neil tonight. I mean, I don't know their head-to-head, but I'm sure it'll be pretty close over the years. I expect they've played each other a number of times.
Well, I do know it. And I was going through it earlier in terms of sort of what you might call proper tournaments. It's 4 each. But they've not actually played each other for 8 years. 2016 was the last time. They played in a final, Bahrain Championship, people may remember, which Neil Robertson won. Back in 2008, that was. Obviously, when they first started playing each other, Matthew was the top player, wasn't he? I mean, he was a top 4 player at one point. And then over the years, things transferred, and now Neil Robertson, of course, has been in amongst the trophies in the last decade or so, or 15 years, really. Well, it's a cracking red from Wollaston, but it's all a little bit stop-start, this match. He did make a 59 break in the frame he won. That was frame 3. That's the highest of the afternoon in this match.
Yeah, that's a nice pot on the brown because there was a bit of pressure on it knowing he was leaving reds. So good chance this now for Ben. He's got pretty much all the balls in open play bar the yellow. He's a tough nut to crack, Ben Wollaston. I've practiced with him a number of times over the years at his club, which is literally over the road. Breakers. Very tough to beat. He's a really awkward player as well to play. Quite often gets involved in matches like this, but quite often he comes out on top.
Well, we know from the other night with Joe Perry, he's going to stick in there, even if he's not at his best. He could still get a result. But certainly, I think if he wins this frame, 3-2, what are we now? We'll be about 4:45 by the time it's over. Just seems very unlikely they can finish it in this session, so they'd have to be that old scenario, which is nobody really likes having to wait for a table to become free later.
Yeah, because the worst part about that is that with these being best of 11s, you've got absolutely no clue when the first match is going to finish. Every match could well easily go close tonight, and you're looking at a really late resumption. And it's about what do you do in that time between. Obviously, both players would like to leave the venue, go and get some refreshments, possibly a bite to eat. I suppose Ben's got the luxury that he could actually go home, but then when do you come back?
14.
It might never finish this match.
Well, that's a little pessimistic, Stephen, but I'm expecting that it will conclude at some point. rather ruins the whole tournament, doesn't it? I suppose Zhang Gander would have a bye. Yeah, I mean, we kind of expect it in the qualifiers. There's usually at least one match. We had it actually, didn't we? I think it was Matt Selt, Joe O'Connor at the Judgement Day for the World Championship that just went on and on. You know, obviously Dave Gilbert, Fergal O'Brien is written into snooker law.
And I'm not saying this is the case for this match, but it's quite possible. Sometimes when you're in these positions, and I've only ever been in one Judgement Day myself, so I can't really speak from too much experience, but I know from other matches that you can play almost trying not to lose, you know, trying too hard, trying to be too protective over points and leads in frames, and rather than just letting your game go, letting your arm go and just freeing up, it's a very difficult thing to do at times. Playing to win is obviously the optimum place to be, but we see it so often in these Judgement Days and final rounds of qualifiers and things like that. Players trying very hard not to lose the match, which inevitably can make it a very scrappy one.
Yeah, I think it's right what you said earlier. You know, the first frame can often set the tone, the dynamic, and there was a re-rack with 2 reds on. And it's almost like, okay, that's the sort of match it's going to be. We've seen other matches today. The Walden-Singtong match, an obvious example. That was scoring from the off, and it's kind of remained that way throughout. But it's an important frame this for Wollaston. If he can win it, then he's very much in touch. 4-1, then he's really got to dig deep. So these next few minutes are important in this game. I mean, we call it Judgement Day, but the jury may be deliberating for a while between these two. Be a late judgment. I mean, it sort of romanticised the late finishes. People often bring up the Cliff Thorburn, Terry Griffiths at the Crucible. 3:51 a.m. in 1983. About 50 people, apparently, in the arena. The cameraman had long since stopped filming it. There's no footage of it. But my late colleague Clive Everton, he was there in the arena, and he looked on the bright side. He said, but for that, I never would have seen the sun rise in Sheffield, because as he was walking back to his hotel, that's what he saw. So it was a new experience, at least.
Have you ever seen the sun rise in Leicester?
This is our chance. And speaking of chances, now Ben Wollaston has one. The pink has gone safe. We'll see what difference that makes later on, but he's got this red to go at. Black available with the 2 reds in open play as well.
If he keeps himself on the black here, Ben, he won't need that safe pink, and the yellow has since been slightly promoted from that bought cushion, so this is a good chance now to get this frame won. No doubt he's already done the maths, Ben Wollaston. Yeah, there you see, just making sure he got high on the red.
16.
Just needs to be careful with this, where he sends his cue ball. It's a big target into the baulk area. Anywhere in baulk is fine. Doesn't want to move the brown too much. Oh, is he on this yellow? I think he is, just.
you always look at the walk, don't you? And it was a purposeful walk rather than a sort of trudge of desperation and despondency.
So green, brown and blue puts in 15 in front. And it's been a good visit, considering. Remember, Lai Fan was actually in at the start of this frame, went into the pack of reds, didn't land. There'll be no heroics with this brown and blue, just make sure and then push the pink over a pocket.
Yeah, so the blue to leave his opponent needing a snooker, and I think if it's 3-2, he just can't foresee a circumstance by which the match finishes now in this session.
Well, heart in your mouth for Ben Wollaston there, because that cue ball was treading dangerously close to that corner pocket. He was clearly trying to push the pink over the green bag, and perhaps it just deviated slightly upon impact, and it meant that he caught it a little bit too thin. Crisis averted.
It's close. Well, keep this out. Oh, well done.
That's the problem, though, when there's only 2 balls left. Every time he comes to the table, the pink is going to be over a pocket, or at least very close to one.
Not great, and he has conceded. So it's 3-2, and it's clearly going to take some winning, this match. Already through, though, Zhao Xingtong, champion 3 years ago, 2021, at the Barbican in York, of course, has come back from suspension, had to enter in the first qualifying round. Got on because he won a Q-Tour event. In fact, he's won 2. This was the end of the match with Ricky Walden earlier. He was 2-0 down, actually, Xingtong, but a real reminder, Stephen, I think, this week of just what a fantastic talent he is.
Yeah, he's got so much ability, hasn't he? He's one of the most naturally gifted players we've ever seen, and just sort of floating around the table today against Ricky Walden, who put him under it the first 2 with 2 big breaks of his own, but Zhao Xingtong stepped up and he's just gone through the gears. What a clash he's got at the Barbican with Sean Murphy. That is a mouth-watering clash.
It really is. It almost had to be. Remember, I'm sure Sean will be fed up of this being brought up, but he had his say about Si Jia Wei being in the tournament as an amateur. And of course, was beaten by him. And now he's playing someone playing under amateur status, but not only that, someone who won the tournament 3 years ago. And he's on a bit of a free roll, a free hit. but he's earned his place. He made the 146, of course, in his first match. That's the highest break of the week so far, and may well end up the highest break of the tournament. And clearly relishing coming back, playing really well. He'll be dangerous against Murphy and who knows who else at the UK Championship final stages next week. But that's how he finished off against Ricky Walden. And Walden, I thought, was nice at the end. He just gave him a little pat on the back. You might see it here. There was no sort of animosity there. Just a well done and a good luck next week. And we will see him against Sean. I believe that's on Saturday, actually. So it's going to... not too long to wait for that as we get frame 6 underway here. The expectation is here that this match will probably have to be brought off and come back later, but we'll be sticking with it for now. It was only yesterday, Stephen. I can't actually remember, but I asked you who your tip was for the tournament. I can't actually remember who it was, but I was wondering, has it been affected by the draw?
Who did I say again?
You can't remember either.
I think it was Ding, wasn't it? I think it was Ding.
That's right, yeah.
Who's Ding got?
Ding's got either Milkins or Jussa.
Yeah. I'm still going to stick with Ding because, you know, I love Ding. He's a brilliant player, obviously, and he's got a good record at the Barbican. Tough draw. Whoever comes through that, Jussa is playing some really good snooker, and well, Rob Milkins, he should have beat Ronnie. Was it last year or the year before?
Last year, yeah.
Yeah. So it goes to show that on his day, Milkins can still very much mix it with the best players in the world. But yeah, Ding for me.
Well, I sort of tentatively went for Karen Wilson, but I think Stephen Maguire is a really tough draw. Maguire, I mean, he wasn't exactly positive about this setup here yesterday, but he loves the big stage. He loves the UK Championship. I think that'll be a terrific match either way. I can't see that being a runaway. Karen's playing great stuff right now, probably the best snooker of his career, so it's a belter. There's several of them.
Yeah, that's another proper match, isn't it? Karen Wilson against Stephen Maguire.
I'll tell you another one as well, Mark Allen, Jackson Page. You know, Mark Allen obviously has been world number 1 this season and has, you know, won the tournament 2 years ago, won a lot of tournaments in the last couple of years, but Jackson Page, we saw it yesterday. If he gets on a run, he doesn't seem to care who he plays. So that could be a bit of a banana skin, potentially. Mark Williams, Stuart Bingham. I mean, how many matches have there been between those two? Bingham beat him when he won his first ranking title out in Australia back in 2011 in the final. All to look forward to. It's going to be a fantastic 9 days, clearly, in York. Tickets are still available. Check out wst.tv/tickets for more information there. Hospitality packages as well. And of course, you can watch it on Discovery Plus. You can watch it on Eurosport, the BBC, and various other platforms around the world. Check out the World Snooker Tour website for full details where you can watch it where you live. I hope you have been enjoying our coverage as well of Judgment Day. Of course, we are back tonight to find out our last, well, I was going to say 4 winners. It'll more likely be 5.
That's a really clever shot that Ben has played there. Very good. Nicely appreciated as well, with a little tap on the table. The reds were sort of nicely spread in terms of there was like a kind of diagonal line, as they pretty much are at the minute, from the bottom of the pack, that just gave access to a thin edge for Ben Wollaston, and he judged it nicely.
Quite an aggressive safety from Lepe Fan, opening the reds up.
Just needs to be careful with this one. Has to be the thin edge again. Well, it did move. He found the thin edge. God, that was mighty thin, wasn't it?
Too thin.
And these reds are spread, well, very well. Although the black is out of commission, it looks like the sort of thing when you get to the club first thing in the morning and you just chuck the reds out for a bit of a warm-up, although this has been anything but a warm-up today. Can Ben find one good shot here, one good strike? No. No, where's the red going to come to rest? If he didn't have to do as much with the cue ball there, I would have expected Ben to have knocked that one in, but the fact he was having to screw back for the blue made that more difficult.
So, how far can he get here? It's not been the most fluent match yet, but there's still time for things to change. Just kind of feeling he's got to be on something with such so many reds available, playing into a general area.
Well, he's got a chance here to drop this black in, play for the red nearest the top cushion, pot it, cannon the red that's just directly beneath the white at the minute, and that will open the black spot a little further. Quite a delicate little shot required here. Look at where he's just pointing his cue. A little flick off the red, just push it away, hopefully stay on the black. This is probably the key shot of this break now. If he gets this one right, he could be away. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's a definite chance. Long way to go, though. And there's a long way to go in the match in general, isn't it? It still seems unlikely it'll finish unless the frames speed up. You know, if he can make 3 big breaks, he can get it won in the next hour, clearly.
Well, you couldn't really hope for the balls to be better spread than they are now. So Laipai found this is a real chance to score a big break here, because it has already been pretty stop-start, but it can soon turn around. One big break, one little piece of inspiration. And a 2-frame lead would be very helpful. Although the way the match has gone, he won't be taking anything for granted here. Yes, it's a good chance, but that doesn't mean he's guaranteed to convert it.
No, I mean, it's been an afternoon where concentration's been important, as indeed is temperament. You know, we've seen players before now, when things have gone scrappy, sort of lose their way, lose their focus. So when a chance like this comes along, they're not ready to take it, but no immediate sign of that here.
And this now really is the last of the awkward reds, because in removing it, the black is available to both corner pockets. Already a healthy lead in this frame. Well, he's just lost the cue ball a touch there. That's just ran on. Played for the red to middle. He does have another red available, but that cue ball is heading into danger slightly, so you can see the little shake of the head. It was never going to be plain sailing, was it? He's now got to navigate his cue ball in and out of trouble. It's a delicate little one. Not only has he got to avoid the underside of the reds, he's got to avoid the top side of the black. Unless he screws into the reds and tries to get back out for blue or bought colour. Yeah, that's what he has tried. And he's okay. He does still have a shot at this blue.
Well, it's been terrific, actually. I mean, it's been quite a long time to get to 55, but you can't fault his focus. He's really giving every shot 100%, and he's getting closer. Just a few balls now to winning the frame, but winning it decisively. By far his biggest break of the afternoon. And what he hopes, of course, is if he can kill it off here, then he continues in the same vein. He may actually win it without having to come back at who knows what time tonight. So 2 more pots needed for a 4-2 lead. But as I say, the significance would be how he'd won the frame. Yeah, very nicely done. And even towards the start of the frame, he played an aggressive safety, opened the balls up. You know, he's trying to get this match flowing, get it open. And it's worked as a strategy because he's going to be over the line here. Snooker already needed. He's on the next red. So it's been a wonderful break, actually. It's been a slow burner, this match, but maybe things are just sort of coming to life now.
And out of nowhere, the chance of a ton. Been a good response as well to the disappointment of losing the last frame, having been 40 odd points in front and seeing Ben make a clearance. Stood up well to it here, Lai-Pai Fan.
He's made 5 centuries this season, 23 in his career, highest 138. You can't quite threaten that, but even so, all credit after a tough afternoon. It's been tough for both players. Lai-Pai Fan just threatening to break free. Well, every credit to him. You know, as I say, it's been a scrappy stop-start afternoon. So what a time to pull out a ton. Brilliant century from Lai-Pai Fan, every credit. A little smattering of applause. Still people watching here at the Mattioli in Leicester. Question now, can he continue in this vein? It's like sort of just opening the shoulders, isn't it? Letting off a bit of steam here. Just being able to play the game. Clearly, he loves to play. All players do. So out of the darkness cometh light in this match. It's been a long struggle, but now Lai-Pai Fan playing the sort of snooker that's got him through from the first qualifying round up to Ben Wollaston to try and match it. It's going to be a total clearance with the black. 129, that is excellent. He leads 4-2 and he needs 2 more to set up a meeting with his Chinese compatriot Zhang Anda in York. And now we're going to go back to Rob in the studio.
Thanks very much to Dave and to Stephen Hallworth. They have earned themselves a big, big break. Speaking of which, 129, that was absolutely fabulous from Lai Pai Fan. I tell you what, that blew up into the yellow pocket to get back onto those reds was lovely, and a brilliant yellow to get himself towards that total clearance. He's doubled his advantage, 4-2, and maybe there's half a chance, if he continues that momentum, that they won't end up getting pulled off. We're being told they probably wouldn't start a frame beyond around about 6:15. So, Lai Pai Fan getting himself to within 2 frames of a victory, but don't rule out Ben Wollaston just yet. It's great that he's coming back to health and fitness after struggling with long COVID. And remember, he had a wonderful run to the Welsh Open final back in 2015. Dave Gilbert has come through a big match this afternoon. So too Matt Selt and Xiao Xin Tong, getting himself into an epic match on Saturday at 1 o'clock against Sean Murphy. Gilbert 6-1 in the end. Julien Leclerc, the Belgian beast, unable to live with Gilbert, who says he hasn't been practicing much, but he looked in good fettle, and hopefully he'll be inspired by a big crowd at the Barbican. Matt Selt 6-3 against Zhou Yulong. I've just seen him. He's waiting for a taxi back to the station, and he'll return to York at the weekend. Lai Pai Fan, we've just seen him double his advantage against Ben Wollaston. And Xiao Xin Tong, Ricky Walden started that match like a steam train, and from 2-0 down, Zhao has been electric. 2 maximums on the Q Tour and a 1-4-6 here in Leicester already. Great play from him. And his reward is a Saturday afternoon meeting with Sean Murphy. They'll be on one side of the Barbican Theatre, and on the other will be Ronnie O'Sullivan against Barry Hawkins. We do still have a few tickets left. Come and join us, and hopefully this will whet your appetite if you haven't already got your hands on a ticket. We've mentioned O'Sullivan against Hawkins, 1 o'clock. It's a rerun of the World Final from 13, and they've met in the Masters Final as well. Zhao Guodong against Dave Gilbert. Gilbert, I think, will fancy that one. Zhao Guodong is up into the 16 for the first time after becoming a ranking event winner, but he's under pressure potentially from Neil Robertson if Robertson wins his match later this evening against Matthew Stevens, because Guodong obviously has to win his last 32 match in order for the prize money to count as points. So there's a bit of a subplot brewing for 15th and 16th spot on the Masters. Murphy against Xiao Xin Tong, 2 former winners. That's massive. Ding lies in wait for Milkins or Zhu Sir. They start at 7 o'clock. Selby and Lazowski could be really entertaining between the brilliant left-hander and the 4-time world champion from Leicester. Carter and Ryan Day, you'd have to flip a coin for that one. Ryan Day booking a 12th appearance at the Barbican, and Ali Carter in the top 16, won his 6th ranking title, winning the Championship League at the start of this season. Si Jiahui's been in a major final this season, and so too Wu Yize. Yize very nearly mounted the best of comebacks against Neil Robertson at Brentwood in the English Open final. Allen against Jackson Page. Yes, of course, Allen will be the favourite for that one, but Action Jackson will not be intimidated by him. Robertson or Stevens tonight for the right to take on Judd Trump. If it's Stevens, then it's obviously 2 former winners going toe-to-toe, because Trump's won this one and Matthew won back in 2003. If it's Robertson, it's a rerun of the final that finished about 1:30 in the morning on a foggy night in Milton Keynes, if it's Trump and Robertson. Higgins against the youngster, either Guo Xiang or Stan Moody. Zhang Anda against Ben Wollaston or Li Pai Fan. We've just seen Pai Fan move to within 2 of the winning line. Williams and Bingham, that will be a blockbuster bonanza of big breaks. Try saying that with false teeth. Luca Bracel against Jack Jones. Bracel's under pressure, needs to win because he's got $500,000 coming off at the end of this season if he doesn't go on and replicate his run to the world title from 2 years ago. Jones is the highest player not to make it through as a seed, and I think he's marginal favourite for that one. Gary Wilson will play Liu Hongyu or Michael Holt. Hongyu beat Michael Holt in Saudi Arabia earlier this season. That's the only time they've met. Wilson has won the Scottish twice and the Welsh, and he'll fancy the job. Chris Wakelin against Matt Selt. Matt Selt making it through for a 7th appearance in the last 32 of the UK. And Wakelin has really come alive this season. And Kyron Wilson, well, speaking of coming alive this season, following on after his magnificent world title with 2 crowns already this season, but he's facing the man who lifted the UK crown 20 years ago. There's the Milkman getting ready to take on Zhu Sir. He's won the Welsh, won Gibraltar as well. It hasn't been a good season so far for the Milkman, but maybe he could use this as an opportunity to turn it on. He made the quarters back in 2002. Stan Moody is facing He Guoxiang. Never been this close, Stan Moody. Last 16 in Northern Ireland, beat Ben Wollaston, Jack Jones and Ryan Day before losing to Kyron, so he can be dangerous when he gets on a little bit of a roll. But facing a fellow youngster who beat Anthony McGill, He Guo Chang, from 6-5 from 4-1 down. So Moody's going to have to be at his best tonight. The winner of that one will play John Higgins on Tuesday afternoon. That really will be youth against experience. Good winners this afternoon and great commentary from Dave Hendon. Lots to talk about with Zhao Xintong. He'll get plenty of attention on Saturday afternoon. Started so quickly. Julien Leclerc did his best. It was a great run to get through to Judgment Day, but not to be the victory against Dave Gilbert. Wollaston still in action. Celta's across the line. So, if you've enjoyed the action and you still want to keep your eye on Liu Pei Fan against Ben Wollaston, don't worry. Hendo and Hallworth are having a break, but you can still carry on watching a non-commentary feed on Discovery Plus, and we will all be back at 7 o'clock for the second half of Judgment Day Part 2. Milkins against Yu Sir, Stan Moody against He Guo Xiang, Liu Honghao against Michael Holt, and Stevens against Robertson. Those are the matches tonight. If you want to carry on watching, you can do so without commentary. Liu Pei Fan has just doubled his advantage. He's 4-2 up, a beautiful clearance of 1-2-9. But as I mentioned, don't rule out Ben Wollaston. 5-3 down and beat Joe Perry on a re-spotted black to get himself through for Judgment Day, bidding for a 7th appearance in the UK Champs last 32 or beyond. And it's fabulous that his health seems to be returning after a difficult couple of years. So the stream is going to carry on the World Snooker Tour YouTube page as well. It's without commentary, but you can keep watching if you want to stay on top. Plenty of tickets left. Not so much for Saturday, I think that's a sellout. But come and join us at the Barbican. It's one of the sport's ultimate venues. It's a brilliant city at any time of the year, especially in the lead up to Christmas. Enjoy the next couple of frames of Pei Fan and Wollaston. We are all having a break, but don't worry, we'll be back at 7 o'clock for the last 4 spots available to join the big boys on Saturday at the Barbican. The battle to be crowned Victorian Plumbing UK Champion of 2024 is bubbling up beautifully, and we haven't finished yet in Leicester. See you in a while.
61. 62. 67. 68. 75. 76. 82. 83. 89. 90. 96. 97. 104. 106. 109. 113. 118. 124. 1
frame. Ben Wilson to break.
Five. Six. Eleven. Ben Wilson, 11. Six. 12. Thirteen. 20. 21. 25. 26. 26. 1. 4. 5. 10. 11. Alston, 10. Lost. Keep back from 1. One. Five. 6. 7. 20. Pay foul, 20. pink ball. You play phone. What? 14. Right, defend the match. Please pay back. Just get these balls off.